difficult to get into or intimidating to get into because it's very possible that, or just because there's so much of it, because like you could literally watch like Longdeath 24/7 for a week and still have like most of it to go, because there's literally like 800 hours of it up on YouTube now. But I think what I'll say is that if you're watching Longdeath, or if you're thinking about watching this series on YouTube, don't watch every episode. Like quite literally, someone needs to make like a Star Trek episode watch guide. Or I mean, you could play it at 1.75 speed. You could play it at 2 times speed even. Um, but like, if you're looking at it and your fear is that it's too intense and you don't want to watch all of it, just skip through. Like, skip through until you find an episode that seems interesting and watch that. Unless you just want like 24/7 background noise, in which case turn on 24/7 background noise and don't turn it off for 2 months, because that's how long it'll take you. Unless you turn it off, unless you don't turn it off while you're sleeping, in which case then maybe a month. It'll take less than 16 days. That's still ridiculous. Like we realized recently that there is more Longdeath than Pokemon, which is bonkers. Like, that's insane. There is more Longdeath than Pokemon. Anyway, let's dive into Longdeath. Although, shoutouts to those of you who are crazy enough to actually watch this whole Fortress series. So I'm giving the dwarves a little bit more freedom. We're pretty consistently on 30. For those of you who've been watching recently, you'll know that population has been a concern ever since we started working on certain mega projects, namely the giant glass tube that we started over like 100 years ago now, which is now done. But the problem is we spent so much time working on that giant glass tube that population dwindled down to a measly 22 dwarves. With merchants, we actually have 50 dwarves in the fort, but we were down to 22 actual citizens. We're back up to 30, which is good. I want to get it up to 35 before I give them complete and total freedom. We do currently have an unnamed mayor who demands cabinets and feels affection when speaking with a friend. But the actual named dwarves in the fortress right now are Pilot Banana, Gueveneer, Nanochip, Jimmy Tibby, Diamond Destruct, Massive, Axon, Xandros, Ghost Seeker, Knowles, Defcom, Mark, Laggy, Do It, Arch, Corvius Suede, Blue Water, Vimamel, you rang, LaFonda, Peter, Dragon, Bumblebed, Sideways, Krakenzieg, Stone, Dun Caribou, Rory, Paraboo, Volleylol, Lumpy, and of course, Whitcode. We've managed to like factor down this problematic depressed dwarves down to only one, who is Lumpy, who hasn't tantrumed in a very long time and has no use of their legs anyway, so not exactly much of a threat to the greater survivability of the dwarves. Currently, dwarves are just kind of putting stuff away because we just finished doing a big old session of clothing. So we're just going to kind of let them put stuff away for a bit. We're in early spring, meaning we'll probably be... Oh, there goes Lumpy. We'll probably be training with... or trading with the elves pretty soon, because they should be here, unless they're already here. Unless we already traded. We may have already traded with them. I'm just going to pretend we are. So we are just letting the dwarves kind of put stuff away for a little bit. Once dwarves are kind of done putting stuff away for a little bit, then we will go back into the tavern until we get up to 35 citizens, which is a pretty stable number. And at that point, we can kind of go back to doing our own thing. Although, I don't know how many of you guys listened to the interview I did with Tarn on Thursday/Friday last week, but Tarn is surprised that this fortress runs, which, you know, I don't think he should be that surprised. I mean, come on. I think his game is more stable than he realizes. I think he expects his game to just, like, fall over and break at the slightest, like, suggestion of stress, but in reality, it's, like, still perfectly functioning. Still perfectly functioning. Also, for anybody who's wondering, I did actually, I guess I can say this publicly now. I did actually ask Tarn before the interview started if he wanted to discuss the tile set situation. And his, like, but before we actually started talking, I didn't want to surprise him with a question like that. And he's just like, the short version of his response was basically just, there's nothing that he really needs to say publicly, and decisions have already been made, and an actual announcement will be out in a couple of days. So, like, They'd already sorted that by that point. Stuff was already in place. An ordinary player and not a crazy stress player. Tileset news? Tileset drama, more like. I mean, there's a video on the YouTube channel if you want to watch the TLDR version. But even shorter answer is they've let one of the artists go due to, you know, plagiarism in his own personal tile set. And unfortunately, with this thing called plagiarism, once you've got non-credited assets or art or stolen art or allegedly stolen art in one of your pieces of work, it immediately discredits all of your other work instantly, making you basically unhireable in that industry. Which is kind of a fact. So they've let one of the artists go, meaning even though, you know, art's still coming along, and Tarn is still working on his on the programming side of things, art's going to be slowed down for a bit, which is probably fine and shouldn't delay the game too much. However, the actual issue is there will be little to no promotional material for the game for a little bit because of the tile set getting delayed, and because all the promotional material comes from new tile set assets being added. There's going to be no promotional material for the game for a little bit, which kind of is not great. Oh, absolutely. I mean, ClinoDev had a really good point, which was, he's like, I work in software development. If my boss heard that in my own spare time I was working on a private project in the background where I had a bunch of stolen code, they would walk me out the back door with a shotgun and take me out to lunch. And while I was out to lunch, they'd clear out my desk and then they wouldn't let me back in the building. And it's like, yeah, that's basically how that would go. If you work in any kind of security services, that's basically how that would go. That is basically how that would go. I mean, like, for whenever people have really bad takes on the whole subject where they're just like, oh, this is bullshit or whatever, I always just link them this story. Let me find the good article. I should give you guys a Kotaku article. There we go. Ah! Anyway. You guys remember this? Yeah, that. Meanwhile, Microsoft has an automated AI for stealing source code. Yeah, well, you see, I don't know. I don't really have a response to that, CCX. I'll be completely honest with you. Although the one thing that I'll say that's real nice about that whole IGN situation, one thing that I will say that's real nice about the IGN situation is this. This is Boomstick Gaming. This is the guy that had his review stolen. Went from being a YouTuber with, you know, like 3,000, 4,000 subs to being a YouTuber with 200,000 subs and a full-time job. So, you know, anybody won out of that situation back then. It's definitely Boomstick Gaming. Shout outs to him. Get review stolen and get a job making videos. And a YouTube channel with over 1 million views a month. Which is not bad money, actually. Like, not incredible money, but it's also not bad money. you know, just don't steal. And there's a couple people that keep pointing at the stalker modding community that just like steal assets left and right. And also congrats on having 1 million channel points, be like. My response to that is just like, none of the people working on those projects are trying to get a job in North America working directly on a game. And if they are, then they should also be out. Because the stalker modding community is notorious for just like taking people's mods and work without asking and using it and not crediting. And then when people complain, offering to credit and then banning them when they say they want their mods taken out of a pack. They are pretty notorious for that. Which is, on one hand, kind of hilarious, but also, like, very crappy practice, which is also why a lot of people just kind of don't like them. What story are you telling, Do It? Do It is telling the story of, in the year 338, the dwarf Massive became the captain of the guard of the Eternal Adventure of Time. Are you friends with Massive? Are you telling your friend's story? You are indeed really good friends with Massive. Interesting. Lumpy, what's up? How's things? Your dwarf's still depressed, but you haven't beaten anybody up in a while, so that's good. You are, however, blissful, sleeping in a fantastic bedroom, even though you are utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is your tragic life. Hope all is well with the streamer in chat today. Streamer recently discovered that he still likes Halo. Go Team No Legs. Yeah, Team No Legs is good. This fort always has a handful of dwarves that are just like super duper disabled for some unfortunate reason. Halo, yeah. That's streamer discovered that he still likes Halo. And I haven't really played Halo in probably about 12 years. But Halo Infinite is free, and so I was like, Halo Infinite's free? Halo for funsies. I doubt I'm gonna I might. Maybe if I just go absolutely manic at some point and I need something to stream and I want to stream something with people in chat at some point, I could see that happening, but yeah, no, absolutely. That's why I said none of them are trying to get a job working for a studio based in Canada doing art for a studio based in the States, right? And if they are, then suddenly there might be a problem there. Tygo? But there's also a reason why there's people in various modding communities that don't like the stalker modding community for that exact reason. You know, like, if you're making a game in China, then yeah, steal code. Fucking steal art. Copyright doesn't exist. But if you're making a game in the States with a publisher in Canada, yeah, don't do that. That doesn't fly here. You're gonna get in trouble. Even if it's like in a hobby project on the side, like, if your boss finds out, you're gonna get in trouble. I saw a dwarf tell the story of the masterful bone crown created by Black Hole, Act Hall, for the Eternal Adventure of Time at Longdeath in the early summer of 175. Which is interesting. Which is very interesting. All right, let's make more crafts. I'm just making a lot of crafts because I want these dwarves to... Mayor wants cabinets. All right, let's also do rock. Actually, let's do lead statues. I just want to power through all of my lead. I don't know. They haven't talked to me about that, so I kind of doubt it. My feeling is that because they stated that they had to redo some of the work, it's probably stuff we haven't seen. And if it is, then it's probably stuff that has only been shown in supplemental work. Like, I know some of the reference art was stuff that Meph was posting separately. Like, there was a few, like, some of the art that Vedlinger spoke of was art that Meph was just like, hey, how's this? And just, like, posted a thing on Reddit. Which is meh. Sounds like it went well. Yeah. Like, did you listen to the audio version on the Patreon or the video version? It went very well. And Navy decided to make my brain shut off to the point where, like, my mom commented on it. She's like, what happened last week? I haven't finished it yet? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm very happy with how that one went. One thing that I'll say that was great about the interview on Thursday is that Tarn seemed to be in much better spirits than he's been in the last few. Like, I don't know how many of you have listened to all of the ones that I've done, but the first one was a little clunky just because of technical difficulties. The second one, he seemed really down. The third one, he seemed a little bit better. The fourth one, he seemed really down and low energy and, like, out of it. But this one, he seemed to be in much higher spirits, like, much more awake, much more excited to just talk about the UI than previous versions. Like, I've talked about this a couple times. Like, every time I've talked to Tarn about UI changes and, like, just working on the Steam version, he always just kind of sounded like, got a lot to do. You know what I mean? Like, and, like, never seemed particularly excited to talk about it. But this time he seemed genuinely excited to just talk about the changes. No, absolutely. Like, UI design sucks. And I know very little about UI design, but I do know that it sucks, right? I don't know if he's allergic to it, but, like, working on something that you're not used to working on always has a learning curve, right, Tygo? And I think he had to get over the learning curve, and now that, like, as he stated, that one of the big humps is kind of over, right? The military screen is finished. Like, and as he was saying, the one big screen left to do in Fortress mode is this one, right? Which, based on what I've seen of the UI so far, I know exactly what this UI is going to look like when he's done working on it. Like, I have a pretty good idea. Like, you know, it's just going to be like the sets of buttons down here that are clickable, maybe pop them up a bit, the map right there, which we already know it's going to look like, and then just, like, the information and maybe some tooltips on what this information means, and then just make these clicky, and then suddenly it's like your news and holdings, like your civilizations, like I can imagine what that screen's going to look like. Can't remember, it's been years since I wrote that. I like the answers, which are, can't remember, it's been years since I wrote that, and then he proceeds to go and look it up. Also, I hope that you like the answer to your question, by the way. Oops. You went to school with guys who did the Corona render at a graphics software, and I saw they got Russian translations sent from the community, and it was by decompiling a pirated version and replacing the text directly in the executable. Hey, if it works. There you go. If it works. And happy about the state of the game. It certainly seems that way. Tarn would, but because, you know, based on, like, my communications with KitFox, KitFox doesn't know, like, when Tarn's sending them screenshots and updates about the Steam version, KitFox doesn't know what he's sending them until, like, 3 days before, and then he just emails them a screenshot. Like, it's very much like they're working on Tarn's schedule. Like, they would love to release it next week and just be done. Make the money, move on. But, you know, they are very much working on Tarn's schedule. Like, they're not really giving him deadlines from what I can tell. I mean, they might at some point, but they've never done that. Get that sweet Christmas Steam money. I have a feeling, and this is just me guessing here, I have a weird feeling we're going to see a release without adventure mode and just Legends and Fortress, and it'll be sometime next year, early, and then adventure will be later next year. That's my current theory. That being said, and actually there is one theory as to why I think that might be better than just releasing all of it at once. Because, hey, big update to Dwarf Fortress, adding a new mode might actually be a nice way to trick newbies into playing adventure mode. That being said, I do also think that it'd be kind of crappy for the game as a whole. I think that the way that they should do it is just release it all. Just release it all at once. Make the whole game the same thing, and then work on getting... The thing that actually worries me is that Classic needs work. Yeah, basically. I think that would be the worst possible decision. I don't think they should do that. I think that if they're gonna do that, they should just not ship adventure mode and wait for it to be done. Something that I got questions about, which I didn't even ask because I know the answer, is will there be controller support? I got a lot of questions about that submitted. Like there was a lot of questions that I didn't ask. There was a couple questions about like the meth drama, which is sorted now, which I didn't ask. A bunch of questions about controller support, which I didn't ask. And a bunch of questions about whether or not it'll be out this December. Because there's actually seemingly a weirdly large number of people who seem to think it's going to be out this December. That are just like, so when it releases this December, or you're still planning to release this December, right? Like there was a lot of that. And I'm not sure where it came from, but that is a complete fallacy. You know, Commander, Rainbow Ducky, I did a poll on my YouTube channel a little while ago asking what mode people play the most for Dwarf Fortress. Fortress mode is about 60%. Adventure mode is basically the rest, and then about 3% was Legends. So the vast majority of people are just excited for Fortress, obviously, but I think there's a much higher percentage of people who play adventure mode than you realize. And I think people who think that adventure mode is a forgotten idea don't play Dwarf Fortress and are just waiting for the Steam version and maybe played RimWorld, right? Like, I don't think people realize how important adventure mode is. The only reason I don't stream adventure mode is because the current implementation of adventure mode is very hard to communicate. It's, like, harder than most roguelikes because it's laggy, the UI is clunky, and it's hard to explain what's going on. And I'm very much... But in my head, adventure mode is almost as cool, if not cooler, than Fortress mode. Because it is quite literally just an open world RPG. It's just the issue is the way that it does text on screen and talking. And it's not that interesting for you? I mean, it's like CDDA. It's an open world survival crafting adventure with base building. Like, it's a fucking cool thing. But Legends mode is absolutely fascinating, and I hope and I can't wait for hyperlinks. So ship a whole Sans game mode without Grape. Sans a whole. Wait, you mean like without a whole game mode? I mean, it would probably still have the, like here's the thing, right? This is just me assuming stuff. If they shipped without a game mode, it would probably still have the game mode in it. It just wouldn't be accessible from the main menu. Like, it's not like they would ship without the code for it. The code would still be there. It's just you wouldn't have the option on the main menu. Is probably all that they would do. That's my assumption. Is if they released without a mode, it would absolutely have the mode there. But it just wouldn't be selectable. The one time you survived longer than an hour? I don't know. I do think that there is a... that I do think that adventure mode is kind of a dark horse that I think a lot of people just don't think about. It's unhealthy for most humans. You see, here's the thing. If Tarn made notch level bank, I think that what would happen is Tarn would just become a philanthropist and continue working on Dwarf Fortress. he did an interview, I can't remember what website it was for, a while ago, back when this whole thing was announced, where they were just like, what happens if you sell, I think it was 2 million copies, which is the number of copies that RimWorld had sold at the time. It was, what happens if you sell 2 million copies? And Tarn's response basically was, I don't know, release the source code, donate a lot of money to charity, keep working on the game. Like, it was literally just like, he's like, I wouldn't know what to do with that amount of money. And that's 2 million copies, which is actually very doable based on the hypothetical potential of the game. Just turning off the menu is exactly how hot coffee in GTA came about. Even yeah, actually, it was absolutely just like still in the code. Yeah, it was just commented out, right? For hot coffee. Has anybody looked at hot coffee recently? Like the thing that caused all of that fucking controversy for fucking Grand Theft Auto. It's like in a world where Mass Effect exists, hot coffee is like the most fucking mundane, boring, dry humping with jeans on I've ever seen in my entire life, and it still causes controversy. Like, it still upsets some people. And it's the strangest thing to me. I don't get it. Yeah, absolutely, Cusslord. Absolutely. I think that there will definitely be a lot of release sales for Dwarf Fortress. It will absolutely sell a lot. Dry humping with jeans on brings back memories. Me. You press the do it button. Fucking Grand Theft Auto. Fucking Grand Theft Auto, man. How the mighty have fallen. Although I think one of my favorite responses to a question was, how will we tell the stats of magic items? And he's just like, well, how do you tell the stats of iron? It's like, you know what, you make a good point. We just kind of assume. Yes, right? But also, that was absolutely the controversy, Tygo. But also, then Mass Effect came out not that much later, you know? It's like, within a handful of years, those age restrictions were null, basically, which is why I think it's funny. It's like, yes, I'm aware of what the controversy with Grand Theft Auto was for. Was like, you can't have like graphic depictions of sex or whatever in M-rated games. But also, like, I wouldn't describe that as even remotely graphic. It's like, sure. But that depiction was so fucking prudish even for the time. It's just funny by a modern context, you know? What did Mass Effect do exactly? Go to Mass Effect, go to YouTube, okay, and type in Mass Effect sex scene, and you'll know what it did. You'll figure it out in about 5 seconds. You want to see some, like, really crude softcore pornography? Yeah, that's just straight up in all of Mass Effect. Every single Mass Effect had it. Or romance scenes, I think is what they call them. Dragon Age has the exact same shit. It's just some real mundane softcore porn. Is in every Mass Effect game. No, there totally are, but not in game. Baraminir. If you look in the RAWs for Dwarf Fortress, yes, you can figure out what stats for items are, but in game there really isn't a method of deciphering the difference between a steel spear, an iron spear, and a bronze spear. They're all just kind of a spear. There's no visible numbers in the vanilla game for what those stats are. Will there be an age restriction for DF? I don't think so, but I think there's a content warning on the Steam page. Let me check. I don't think it's going to be rated by the ESRB, though. Yeah, it's not going to be the ESRB rating. But it does have this, which is Dwarf Fortress contains textual descriptions of violence, static 2D sprites that may have violent ends. Alcohol consumption is required for Dwarven Fortress to run smoothly, as described in text. Dwarves can experience mental anguish, and in some extreme cases, lead to them taking their own lives or the lives of others. That is the content description of Dwarf Fortress. So, Dwarf Fortress. It's a game for children. That's soft. It's true. Like, it's not inaccurate. Like, it's definitely it's an accurate description of the way they may end. I have trouble controlling my temper, says Axon. That's unfortunate. You know what? Let's cancel statues. And cancel the rock crafts too. Let's just put them back in the tavern. I mean, if they do a physical release, I think they'd need a if they did a physical release, they would need to be rated by the ESRB if they wanted to sell in stores. But even then, like, realistically, I think Dwarf Fortress would have like probably a T rating. I doubt it would get an M rating even. Like, yeah, it has textual descriptions of violence, but like, just look at Mortal Kombat. Come on. A violent end sounds... I mean, it's a violent end is when you have the end of an axe implanted in your forehead. You know, that's a violent end. It's when someone takes a sword and names it violence and then impales it on your forehead. Ripping out the rib cage, which is used for an artifact. I mean, sometimes you gotta make, like, your passion project. And maybe your passion project requires the forearm of an infant. Who says it's your place to judge what is and what is not art? Lake Bear. If somebody wants to create art, then by all means, let them make art. Art is never violence? I mean... Just because the melting point of fat is a lower temperature than the burning point of skin doesn't mean they are feeling eternal pain. Okay? 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 I mean, I need to get rid of the lead somehow, man. I mean, if you have a better method of getting rid of lead, then by all means, please share it. It's also, it doubles as strength training. for the placement of them. I mean, like, no matter how bloody and gory Dwarf Fortress can get, it's not going to be as bad as Doom. Come on. It's cartoon violence at best. Cartoon descriptions of violence. But I also don't work for the SRB, so if they decide that it's an M-rated game, they decide that it's an M-rated game. I've done that with a bunch of it. I like making statues more. Makes the dwarves happier. I've also thought about paving this with lead, but... 100? Why only 100? Why stop there? Why stop at 100 when you can have more than 100? I mean, Why stop at just 100? Why so few? Why so few lead statues? I mean, like, come on. Why so few? Twitch ups. Why so few? Helped you through the end of college. You know, there was one time, so there's a number above the stream, right? There's the number of times I've streamed Longdeath, but there's another number in brackets. That is the number of times I've streamed. I've been streaming for about 9 years, and that counter goes up every time I stream. On day 666, we streamed Doom 2016. We streamed like the first half of it. This was after the game had been out for a bit. And we went back and we replayed some of Doom. And it was good fun. And there was one viewer I had at the time who was very, very upset that I was streaming Doom 2016. And when I asked why, they stated because this game is violent. And I said, well, what's wrong with the violence in this game? It's silly. And they said, because people who play violent games like this are less educated and often violent. And I asked this person and I said, how old are you? I don't normally ask that of viewers. But I said, if you're willing to share, I said, how old are you? And they said, 14. So, you know, regardless of whether or not that person was being honest, there are some people who genuinely believe because their parents have told them that games that include violence are generally played by people who are less educated. And you know what? I will just tell you that I ripped somebody's head off in Halo last night, and I felt fucking good about it. Anyway. Road killing people with a warthog in Halo still feels good. But I also didn't technically graduate high school, so, you know, maybe I am uneducated and potentially violent. In Dwarf Fortress, I wouldn't get your hopes up about that. That's not how the game works. Hi, Peter. Hope you've been well. If they knew that you played Postal 2 when you were about 13. You know, I'll be completely honest. I'm not really fazed by violent games. Postal 2 makes me feel a little bit sick. It's one of the few games where, like I can play Postal 2, and, like, it is, like, an absurdist, violent, immersive sim, right? I can play that game. But there's a few things in that game that make me feel a little bit uncomfortable. That is one of the few games that actually does kind of faze me. Is Postal 2 and Postal 3. Those games do kind of faze me a little bit. Or is it just most bots? Are you trying to insult me directly, or is that a phased question? Because, like, I could just remove you, and then it would be, you know, back to 46 instead of 47. Your parents bought you Soldier of Fortune came out. You must have been 13 or 14. That's a questionable parental decision. Yeah, I was pretty restricted on what I was allowed to play. I actually need to go check something. Be back in a moment. Who gives a fuck if it's not popular? Hey, how do you stream full-time? Be dedicated. Have an audience. Literally, there is one bot in my chat right now, and it's the one that's running on my computer. And you coming into a chat and just asking, do you have 46 people watching, or are they just bots, is literally insulting every single person watching this stream right now. So I request that you apologize to the very real people that are watching this stream. Ya dick. Hi, I am Bot. Nice to meet you, ass. And, clearly you don't watch Dwarf Fortress very often because I stream this game about 4 to 5 days a week. And, you know, if you're insulting, you know, the adults that are doing jobs, working, and listening to the stream as background noise, then, you know what? Fuck you. Don't ever go into a channel and say, hey, are those all bots? Because those are all bots that are very much keeping this channel funded and here doing what it does. And paying my bills. Because this is my full-time job. And it's, you know, been my full-time job for about 5 years. Hey, I like some podcasts. Also, you should listen to my podcast, Dan. Fact. You should. What if he is the bot collector? I mean, then if they are the bot collecting information, we shouldn't be gendering bots. 2021. Come on. Come on. Just saying. But yeah, no. Pretty sure there's about 50 people watching this stream. It's also kind of low. Usually it's closer to about 60 or 70 by this point in the day. And you know, you don't see people streaming DF because there aren't that many people brave enough to stream DF. And you also don't see people streaming DF because it's a complicated game that people are intimidated by. People don't like playing intimidating, complicated games. Excuse me. Sorry, blood sugar's low. Took some dextrose. I wondered, I was like, I'm seeing spots. And I got up, checked up. Definitely that's why I'm seeing spots. But yeah, no. Do yourself a huge favor and don't ever go into a channel, especially one with a dedicated active audience, and ask, hey, is your audience fake? Because all that's going to do is going to make me laugh at you. But it's just going to make me laugh at you. Probably. There you go. Probably. Although, one thing I will say is it usually takes about 5 to 10 minutes for an account to pop up in the chat listing, and then it takes about 5 to 10 minutes for them to properly disappear. I'm just saying, somebody should gift that person a sub because I genuinely think it's hilarious. All right, human. Let's crawl these humans up this way. John Connor is, I mean, Terminator has left the chat. Humans have arrived to trade. It is early summer of the 11th of Humanitide. I do indeed have a Klappa podcast. Armor. Is this unit a robot? Is one of human jokes? Activate humor module. You know, it's kind of funny because like there's a lot of people on Twitch that watch channels like I'm debating whether or not I want to name call people. Not really. There's a lot of people on Twitch that watch big channels, right? And the fact that some people still think that you can viewbot on Twitch is genuinely hilarious because Twitch has like completely nuked the ability to viewbot. It's damn close to impossible to viewbot. You can inflate views, and there's several ways to do that, but viewbotting is kind of a way of the past on Twitch. It's virtually impossible to do that these days, if not entirely impossible. Which, you know, is generally a good thing. Because there were people who got famous in the past. And also, you know, this might be a controversial opinion, which is, if you're going to viewbot, 45 to 50 viewers? Doing something wrong? Give yourself like 200 so you actually get audience, right? Hey, Chops. Joke's still a joke, regardless of whether or not you wrote it. I mean, nobody remembers who came up with why did the chicken cross the road, and it's still funny sometimes. Royal treasure has arrived alongside of the second caravan. Let's do. You know what? Let's just sell those. I need to get rid of those bins before they start breaking. I don't even care what kind of bars that's in them. So I need to get rid of the crafts. Now that's a bot. Also, those are just followers. Follower bots are hilarious because it's like, why would anybody actually pay for those? Because like, yeah, okay, you could have an account that you've spent $2,000 on and have 100,000 followers on, but literally... No, that wasn't a bot. That was definitely a bot, not somebody making a joke. It's like why would somebody want an account with 100,000 dead followers? How does that? And then Twitch looks at that and goes, "Oh, this person's botting," and then they ban you, because like follower bots are still very much a thing. And what's ironic is like people will do it to troll. Like I've had people follow bot me before. They absolutely, yeah. They're a massive scam to like trick little kids, basically. This doesn't seem like a demographic for here. Wait, did it actually? I didn't even look at it. Yeah, oh yeah, you're not wrong. It's DDSZ Fortnite. Huh. What's the deal with this fort? We're trying to keep it alive for 1,000 years. There's kind of the playlist, but TLDR, it's a low population, non-combative fort. We're not at war with anybody officially. We capture forgotten beasts, capture giants, capture ettins, capture minotaurs and whatnot, and keep them in cages. And we're trying to peacefully keep the fort alive for 1,000 years. Give me a second, I can look at the actual year. I'm pretty sure it's about 335 years. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. It is 342, so -5 here. What request do you have of our merchants? Taylor, it's good to see you. How you been? Taylor, I've got a very important question for you. Are you a real person or a bot? Sorry, this is just way too funny to me. But yeah, that's the deal with airplane food and this fort. Older than your mom? What? 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 I mean, no, but also yes. Are we talking human time or dwarf time? Because dwarf time, yes, very much older than your mom. For some reason, like, thanks to Mandalore Gaming, remembered that Ray William Johnson exists and the Doing Your Mom song exists. And I listened to that a couple of days ago because of that. And so that's been stuck in my head. Maybe that's why I've been playing Halo. I've been listening to the Doing Your Mom song and listening to fucking Halo. And playing fucking Halo for the past 2 days. That's not totally true, but that's distressing. Taiga. That's very distressing. God. Internet of a bygone era. Good fucking riddance. That's all I really have to say on that subject. Good fucking riddance. I real person? I'm glad that you real person. Even if you're Apple branded real person. Taylor. I might just have to ask everybody as they come in today if they're a bot. Make that the gimmick of today. And, you know, the correct answer is always... what's that command? Yeah, there you go. That's the actual response. Can we get some beers in chat from all the bots? I mean, the bot will be responding for all the beers. That's the thing. No, 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 Taylor, no, absolutely not. No. But TLDR, what happened was I was watching, I don't know if you watched Lord Mandalore, but he put up a video on Halloween about an adventure game that has a Ray William Johnson reference in it. And in that video, he has like a half-second clip of Ray William Johnson's Doing Your Mom song. Because there is a reference to Ray William Johnson in the game that he was playing. And because he played a few seconds of that, unfortunately, that song's a bit of an earworm. So, yeah. All that. Basically. So, no, it's not back. Thank Christ. But, also, that song still sucks. It's never good. It's a part of the internet that I wish would just go away and never come back. I feel that way about... I kind of get like the Schmeagol line in my head when I think about large parts of the internet. When it's like, go away and never come back. Go away and never come back. I feel that way about a lot of parts of the internet. The ones doing generative art posts of a certain animal. I agree. Yeah, I when I look at Twitter, I do very much enjoy Archilitect and Metaprofits and trying to think of other bots. Oh, metalband.exe, which just randomly generates metal band names, which I like. Oh, another really good one is I think it's Tiny Dungeons, I think, which makes emoji roguelike dungeons. So it'll generate a single screen dungeon that looks like a little roguelike, but it's all made with emojis. So they got different color tile emojis, and then like a little snake emoji, and then like a little smiley face emoji, which is like the player and all that. And they make little dungeons, which is cool. I like that one a lot. Trying to think. What other Twitter bots do I follow? I don't really go on Twitter anymore. Oh, Color Coordinator is also pretty good, which just tweets out random color patterns that are supposed to be like, and then like names the color pattern, and then at the end of the year, the most retweeted and most liked pattern becomes a pair of leggings on their store, which is pretty great. Oh, like Ace Attorney style things? I wouldn't have stumbled upon that because I stay far away from anime Twitter, but like, as in like Ace Attorney style stuff, right? Because, okay, yeah, I get you. Huh. Yeah, that would probably be pretty great. I'm trying to remember, what's another one that I like? Because I follow a few of them. I really like the metalband.exe one. I'm like blanking. I know I follow a handful of bots. Oh, amount of time left in the year, although I don't know if that really counts as a bot. Oh man, you're making me log into Twitter, B-Log. Is that what you're doing? God damn. Guess I'm signing into Twitter. What's the name of it? It tweets a lot, so I can just find it pretty quick. No, I signed into Twitter. I'm already signed in. Don't worry, it's fine. I also need to retweet a thing anyway. Scrolling down Twitter to like remind myself what the name of this fucking bot is. I mean, this is kind of a mood. Anyway, I've not found this yet. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, here it is. It's color schemes. This is the color spot. That I follow. They tweet out just color schemes. That's it. Yeah. It's a good bot. Good Twitter bot. Oh, and this one. This is another really good one. Tiny Dungeons. See, they tweet out little emoji dungeons. Little dungeons. If you like roguelikes, this is a really good one. It tweets a bit. It used to tweet a bit too much, but it seems to have like stopped, unfortunately. Kind of sucks. Anyway, signing out of Twitter now. I am now signed out of Twitter. I am safe from the world of social media, sort of. He's been trying to buy RAM for weeks. What's the reasoning behind him trying to buy RAM? You know, Twitter, like, asks me to verify my identity very frequently. Like, confirm, is this still your email? Is this still your, like, two-factor authentication number because of how frequently I sign in and sign out? Like, in a day where I actually have to use Twitter a bunch, like, I will sign in and out of Twitter maybe a dozen times, and Twitter does not like that. They want you to sign in and stay signed in, but no. I sign in, sign out, sign in, sign out, sign in, because I refuse to leave Twitter signed in. If I leave Twitter signed in, I'll just stare at Twitter. He's building a PC. That's like the right now is like the worst time to be building a PC. Like let's be honest. Not all of them, but some interesting combinations. Some of them are like absolutely horrendous. But like there was one time where they tweeted out a perfect color scheme for watermelon. Like I don't know. It's neat. It's color schemer's a neat little bot. For a year, I thought about trying to buy a graphics card for a decent price, and then I bought a synthesizer instead. And then I continued to think about buying a graphics card for a decent price. And then I just decided that, like, I don't play enough games with graphics. I mean, even recently, like, I have been playing games with graphics. Like, I've been playing Halo off stream. And it's like, Halo has graphics, but it runs just fine. Like, I turned on the FPS counter and that thing, and I'm running at, like, a 144, like, flat, like, solid, like, locked. XO1 ran just fine. Like, it's not like I had problems running XO1. It definitely has graphics, but like XO1 also probably would run on a PC from like decades ago. Because I, had low blood sugar a minute ago, I need to go check my blood sugar again. Back in a sec.
Cheese for everyone!
All right, I return. It's kind of funny to think back when PC parts were affordable, you had no money, and now you have money and prices went up so far you can't afford anything anyways. Yep. Yeah, that's how I feel about housing prices. Belug, I'm sending you a link. But yeah, no, it's not that. For me, when PC parts were affordable, it's not that I had no money. For me, when PC parts were affordable, I just wasn't in the market for PC parts, right? Like that's the issue that I have is like PC parts were affordable for a really long time, but I was not trying. But I was not in the market for PC parts because, like, even in 2020, like this compute, like the graphics card in this computer is the oldest part of it, and the graphics card is from 2016, which is actually kind of getting old now. Like it's a 1070, but like it's still kind of doing what it needs to do without much issue. But you have a type of parking signs which are black text on a dark blue background. Wait, what? That sounds terrible, Tygo. Wait, you mean the color schemer bot? I don't know. I feel bad for anybody trying to build a PC right now. But yeah, I see your DMs be like, here's. You're 590? I still have a 560 Ti in a box in my closet. I have that sitting there. I also have a brand new inbox 780 Ti. So I have a brand new inbox 780 Ti and a heavily used 560 Ti. Oh, R590. Oh, okay. Not. I don't even know what era that card's from because I'm not that versed in AMD cards. Aw, there are no merchants right now. Boo. I don't even know what year that's from. All right, let's lock them inside. Get the dwarves upstairs. You know what I can't wait for? I can't wait for the Steam tile set to be out so that I don't need to, like, worry anymore about shit getting done. Like, the drama over the last weekend is just, like, did a very good job kind of reminding me that, oh, right, yeah, everything is super uncertain and, and like, could just fall over and break. You know, we're not trying to do that in Brazil, where dollar prices are in dollar are double the U.S. prices, and you get $300 minimum wage. Yep. Yeah, there's also that. Are you telling me that I could make a lot of money if I sent my graphics card to my used graphics cards to Brazil, Lord? Is that what you're suggesting? At least, like, Twitch made subscriptions cheaper and such for people in Brazil. Although I've been told by some people that they're still kind of not affordable. It just kind of results in streamers getting paid less. I do know that people in Russia are having a much better time with the better pricing. I've heard a lot of positive things about that. Actually, like, since I'm on the subject, how is the better pricing for people now? Like, how do you guys feel about the pricing changes on Twitch? Man, I open up Steam and the first thing I see is Tight Anime Girl Mahjong. Great. Cool. Thanks, Steam. You're a fun platform. It's about 5 times cheaper? Holy shit. Which also means that streamer gets paid 5 times less. You can look for that yourself. I ain't linking that shit in my chat. Wave depletion. Steam, put Steam in horny jail. What's funny is, like, I have the adult content games turned off. Like, I can't even see the bad stuff. But still, sometimes that stuff slips through the cracks. Which I think is just kind of hilarious. One thing I will link you, though, is we're going to be... I think tonight, the evening game today is going to be Farming Simulator. I think we're going to do some Farming Simulator. That's because Belliner's playing on there, and hopefully he'll go for a while, and we can do, like, 4 or 5 hours of Longdeath, 6 hours of Longdeath, and then jump over there. Say about 2.5 times more is reasonable. Can I ask you a question? Can you type in how much it is? I want to look up the translation into US dollars. I'm just curious. Because I'll be honest, I have no idea what region pays what right now. Like, Twitch doesn't tell us that. Yeah, Farming Sim 22 is out. And Halcyon Frequency is running a server over on this Discord server. Blech. So, if you're subscribed to me, you can go get whitelisted if you have the game and would like to play. Okay, hold on. Let me go to the Googs. Okay, so it's about $1.34 US then. And you said that, what, about 3 times as much would seem fair? I guess it kind of depends on what your what your monthly salary is at that point. Because, you know, like, I was talking to Epion. Congrats, you're paying about 10 cents more. Gosh, Lord. As I was talking about to Epion about, like, pricing and versus stuff, and it's like the living wage in Poland is, like, 500 Canadian dollars a month, which wouldn't even cover my internet, phone bill, and groceries for a month. Which is kind of ridiculous to me, but based on that number, I'd say you're paying a fair amount, Tygo. I'll be honest with you. I know that, like, Cutest Ghost and a few other people, like, upped to tier 3 or higher tiers or started supporting the Patreon as well when prices went down. But I think, like, you know, yeah, the pricing changes do directly equal me getting paid less by Twitch. But what I'll say is, if you're getting a fair price, everybody wins. I'm still getting paid, and it's affordable for you instead of hurting you, right? Which is, I think, a more than fine trade there. That's more than fine. All right, Mayor wants a cabinet, which means I gotta let them out. And let's do... And... make some steel bars. Now it's 3 times lower. Well, to give you an idea, in Canada, a subscription to Netflix is about $16 a month, unless you have the 4K package, then it's like $30, which is ridiculous. But my like minimum quality package for Netflix is about $16 a month. Subscription to a Twitch channel at tier 1 is about $7 after taxes. So it's like $7.49, I think, after taxes for a Twitch sub. Whereas, so like that seems pretty even then, if that's the case, Osler. Like that seems pretty even. That means it's where it should be. Even if it feels too cheap, it's like, at the end of the day, it's like Twitch and I think that every streamer should be commenting about this. It's like, Twitch subscriptions are the best way for the user to get the best experience in a channel that they like. It is not the best way to fund a channel. You know, like less than a quarter of my income comes from subscriptions. You know, it's like the rest is all like, yeah, it gives like a baseline stability. That is fair. But like, I get more from Patreon than I do from subscriptions every month by a lot. Gift subscriptions notwithstanding, I'm not counting gift subscriptions. Patrine. That's the French version. Patreon. It might feel cheap to me because you're used to all the foreign stuff costing an arm and like, no, I totally get that, but like, just means it's fair now. Like, in my opinion, subbing to somebody on Twitch should be like impulse buy cheap. You know? Like, if you're thinking about subscribing to somebody on Twitch and it's like, man, I need to put money aside to do that, you're spending too much. You shouldn't be giving that much to a streamer. And like, I say that as somebody who likes getting money from people because I have to pay my bills. But like, if you're thinking, I'm going to put X amount of dollars aside and budget this into my life, it's too expensive. It should be like a non-consequential amount of money to subscribe. Whoever bought you the subscription is the amount that I get. So if it's somebody in the States, I get whatever the States pays, which is $5. Or I get my cut of that $5. If it's somebody in the UK, then I get that cut. If it's somebody, and like, the actual problem is streamers who like live in Russia, who have primarily Russian audiences, who just lost like 80% of their income because like subscribing in Russia is like like the equivalent of about $1.20 now, US, if I remember correctly, which means like you lose like most of your income. I know Kiri got hit with that real hard, where like a lot of her European audience is like just their subs are worth nothing now compared to what they were. So suddenly you take a huge hit to your cash. But I don't know. It's just it's a good reason to point people towards other things. Really? I thought the Steam crowd seemed pretty happy about it. I played a little bit of it. I'm not a farming sim aficionado, so I don't think my opinion is a one to take. I mean, looking at it's got very positive reviews, 81%. That's good for a farming sim. I mean, it seems to be like a little bit busted in places, but it's also farming simulator. So that to me is to be expected. I think that like where'd this review go? I saw a review. I could just like. I mean, this review, cows can talk, 10 out of 10. There was a review that I saw, which was a positive review, and it was like kind of buggy, to be expected from a farming simulator. Aside from that, it's pretty bug compared to previous entries. And that kind of... I mean, 80% positive reviews? 2,000 of them? Did it ever have 60%? I've never seen it that low. I mean, it only came out, what, fucking, like 2 days ago? And it's been at like 80 since, so I don't know. I mean, aren't all of those games kind of reskins? Every annual franchise is going to kind of be a reskin to a degree, with some new features and perks and tweaks and additions, and I don't know, visually it looks a lot nicer than the last one that I saw, which was 21. Just finish making all this. Oh wait, maybe to do that from ore. That's fine. We'll do it later. They are the same game. Honestly, EA Games will never do this. They should make FIFA a subscription game, where you just buy a $60 roster update once a year. FIFA could do just fine with the Destiny model of just buy the roster update, done. But they'll never do that. They're making too much money. I don't play FIFA though, so I don't fucking care. You can do what they want. They should take the gambling out of the game, which again they won't do because they're making. Because the only thing that matters is money. Ethics are. Steam. Or that's the video games industry. Money over ethics. Which is why Bobby Kotick is an actual monster. Dethrone Bobby Kotick. You know, that shit makes me so sad. Like, so fucking sad. Because, like, unapologetically, Grand Theft Auto is a very important franchise to video games. Like, it's up there with Mario for importance, you know? And it is so fucking sad that they can't even spend some of the bajillions of infinite monies that they have generated off of that franchise. They can't spend a little bit of it to hire some decent artists and just do that game its proper service. And they just refuse to do that. It's so fucking sad. It is so fucking sad. Like, there is no actual reason for them to do it that way. You've never touched it since? Oh, that's totally fine. I'm not... Here's the thing, right? I'm going to play some Farm Sim. Because I got a key for it. I didn't pay for it. And I have a server which I'm also not paying for. So if you want to watch me play some Farm Sim, that's cool. If you want to buy the game and play with us, that's also cool. If you don't want to, suit yourself. Like, I'm not here to tell you to buy things. Other people in my team might, but I don't know. Do what you want to do. Although I will probably also be playing some Halo after stream today. So if you want to play some Halo with me, that shit's free. So go download Halo. We can play some Halo later tonight. So much so that the IRS gave their money back. Well, when life gives you lemons, commit tax fraud. I mean, right, Vlog? Yeah, well. I mean, it's free, so you could try it. Actually, I do wonder what the minimum spec requirements for Halo are. Now I'm just kind of curious because I haven't even looked. It runs just fine on my computer, which isn't a brand new computer, but Windows 10, Ryzen 5 1600 or i5 4440 CPU. That's a hard one to say. 8 gigabytes of RAM, 5 or 1050 Ti or a 570 RX. Like that's that and 50 gigs of hard drive space. Like that's pretty low. Those requirements. When life gives you a bundle of cash, pocket it and run, and don't pay anybody. AAA Game Studios. Actually, on the topic of when life gives you money, make more money. Did you actually were you here when I was talking about why Halo's seasons are so long and their reasoning behind having crappy, or not crappy, but slow leveling progression? So most games like Fortnite, Apex Legends, Call of Duty, all of those like big games as service popular games, their seasons are usually about 2 months, 2 to 3 months. And that season will have a battle pass, which you can buy, which will have unlockable cosmetics throughout and purchasable things and various deals throughout that season, right? Halo's is 6. And it takes a very long time to level through it. You want to know what their reasoning is? That's the amount of time for them to reasonably have a good window of time to get everything done and ready for the next season without crunching. 6. Which on one hand is kind of crazy, but on the other hand makes so much fucking sense. And it's like the only reason people are leaving negative reviews. Like, oh, it's taking too long. It's like it's going to take too long to level. It's like, well, I can't be mad. Can't be mad. Even though the leveling system in that game is a little bit annoying. Because it doesn't give you XP for, why Halo 5 specifically? It's, they're probably porting it, to be completely honest with you. Microsoft is probably working on it, Costlord. You're so distracted at work you can't get anything done? Is that my fault? So, muting the stream might help. Typing in chat certainly isn't helping. But, like, you know, I can keep you company either way. You just joined. Well, welcome. It's good to have you, Crow. How you been? You don't work in software, but you can still deal with pressure from the better paid salespeople to make. Yeah, no, absolutely. To make things faster for their precious commission. No, totally. I mean, I used to fucking slave away in fast food so that my managers could get their quarterly bonuses of $6 grand, while I would get a 5-cent bonus or raise once a year, maybe, if I was lucky. I got a 2-cent raise once, and they, like, congratulated me for it. I damn near walked out that day. Buried in snow yesterday, so doing well. Great! Excellent. Fuck going outside. That's why I poop on the company's time. Yeah. Although it's kind of funny for me. Can I just say, I genuinely think it's really funny that I complain about jobs and hours and stuff when I'm a guy who makes his own hours. Like, I read this subreddit all the damn time, the anti-work subreddit, because it's cathartic and amusing, but, like... At the same time, it's like, I feel like it's my job to bitch about jobs that I don't do anymore. You've never had a raise? That's not okay, dude. It's not okay. Oh, hey, DayZ exists. I just got an email about DayZ. Delete that email. Done. Without really feeling them. There's a joke in there somewhere, Tygo, and I'm trying to think of what it could possibly be. You got a 0.3 raise in 2020? See, I don't get raises. I just get random acts of kindness. You know what I mean? Like, you guys have been so fucking generous and kind to this month. Like, I could make no money for the rest of the month and make more money than I made last month, which is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But then I'll also have months where it's like, I'm like penny pinching. So I work in a weird industry. Also, hey Mark, what's up? You can't complain about raise and programming. You got a 40%. Okay, fair enough. And 30% this year. It's a stressful job, but it's some money maker. That's good. Yeah, fuck it, if you're making money. Make money until you can't do it anymore and then go get a better job. Less concerns for the holidays. I'm concerned about paying taxes next year. Not that I won't be able to afford them. It's just they're going to fucking hurt. I've got no issues with paying taxes. I'm totally fine with paying my taxes, but my God, it's going to hurt. I'm going to pay more taxes than Activision. Your eye is itchy as hell somehow. That's concerning. But autumn has come. Hey, where's the stuff that I got a screenshot for Stone? Just one? Well, I mean, it's better than both. That means you don't have pink eye, most likely. Is there, like, redness or any swelling, or is it just itchy? Because if it's just itchy, take some paper towel, put it under some warm water, and just, like, clean around the edge of your eye. If there's any kind of irritants in there, that should fix it. Did you touch an animal and then touch your face? Chat, don't touch a mouse and then touch your face. Act. Screenshotting these for Stone. Stone can do the paperwork. I was gonna say, that's how you trigger your animals? I think that's how you trigger allergies. You've been rubbing it and it's now red? Yeah, I would try washing around the edge of your eye, because generally if there's irritants in your eye, it'll get caught in your eyelashes. So just try and like clean your eyelashes. I don't know, as somebody who has lots of weird eye problems, like I'm used to having to do things to clean my eyes. Oh, also, you know what kind of sucks, Chad? I got a phone call from my doctor's secretary yesterday, and for some reason they weren't able to hear me. I called back 30 minutes later, and this went on repeat about once an hour for a bit until I phoned somebody else to like make sure that my phone was working. Finally got through. Guess who gets to fast all day Thursday and then get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go get a fucking ultrasound on Friday. So all day Thursday I get to fast all day, and then Friday I get to go get an ultrasound at fucking 8 o'clock in the morning. So I have to be there by 7, which means I have to be up by like 5:30. Anyway, so if I'm cranky on Thursday, that's why. Yay, we can be ultrasound buddies. So I can go and confirm that I do in fact definitely not have cancer. 12-hour fast, technically. But they want me to start in the afternoon, so they want me to not eat anything after 6. So I need to eat big breakfast, big lunch, and then an early dinner. So They're like, it's a 12-hour fast, but we want you to stop eating 18 hours in advance. It's like, oh, crumble. It's actually not that hard as long as I'm like balanced before I start. Ultrasounds are fun. Not. Get to go lie on a cold table for a bit. Get poked. Should be fine, though. Should be fine. It'll be that bad. It's a follow-up from when I was in hospital at the beginning of 2020. They wanted me to get it done sometime during 2020, but they were like, we'll call you when we have an opening. And I was like, all right. And they like phoned me yesterday, and they were like, we have an opening on Friday. It's like, that's kind of last minute, but all right. What's up, Jay Barry? I'm trying to think. I actually haven't banned anybody in the chat in a while. When was the last time I actually had to ban somebody? Hearts of Iron expansion? I mean, there's always a Hearts of Iron expansion. About scheduling a sleep study, you've only gotten only gotten about 3 to 5 broken hours of sleep at a time for many years, and your chest randomly started pounding, and they think it's sleep related. Yeah, that could be sleep related. If you go low, no, you eat. You eat. It's like, how does fasting work? If like you're gonna die, you don't die. That's how. But no, it's not fine. When you're fasting, it's like water only. I think water. Yeah, you're not supposed to have sugars or anything. It's water. They'll just get like less accurate results. That's what'll happen. And a tank designer, cool. I've never played that game, so I wouldn't have known that those things weren't in the game in the first place. You also could say that they added a railgun and a first-person shooter mode, and I might believe you. Actually, I probably wouldn't, but hypothetically. Yeah, I've never played Hearts of Iron. Not a Paradox game guy. Not really. I tried Crusader Kings and Europa Universalis and bounced real hard off both of those. I also tried Imperator Rome and kind of hated it. Oh hey, Furry Fire Reborn's out of early access. By the way, can we talk about this for a second? I hear that the release of Battlefield 2077 is going well. Did anybody here buy that? Because I feel bad for all of you. I can't do that. Quite literally for health reasons. Although I have absolutely no problems with maintaining a lightweight. So I went to intermittent fasting. A lot of people hate it. A lot of others play it. I don't, like, even people that I know who like Battlefield hate this one. There's just a lot of waiting for you. Maybe you're doing something wrong, though. It's definitely possible. There you go. It's definitely possible. You're not a Battlefield fan, so you weren't going to pick it up even if it was good. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, the last Battlefield that I genuinely, unironically enjoyed was Bad Company 2. And I bought it after it had been out for a year for real cheap and loved it. Battlefield Bad Company 2 and Battlefield Vietnam were both great. Especially all the licensed music in Vietnam. Those games were good fun. But, you know, outside of that, like, that was the last time I really enjoyed Battlefield. Every other one of them since then has just been kind of contrived, I think. Just not particularly enjoyable for what they actually were. Dwarves are here to trade, so we can release the dwarves from here. And go bring stuff in to be traded. Can't export cabinets. Yeah, that's easy. Spent a lot of time with the Mechanicus. Oh, that's why people are playing Mechanicus again. So what other games have you guys been playing, chat? I mean, Cosworth's been playing Mechanicus and DLC. Tyga's been playing Paradox stuff. Or, no, Random J-Bear's playing Paradox stuff. What have you guys been playing? I mean, I've just been playing Halo. I'm kind of ashamed to say it, but I've been very much a capital G gamer. Oh, Gladius Mechanicus DLC. Ah, okay. I actually own the base game for Gladius. That game was fun. Or it was alright. I was gonna say, I don't think that's not possible, man. I would need to be taking like a screenshot of the fort every day. No. Started Portal speedrunning. I speedran Portal 1 for a little bit. I got my time down to about 30 minutes and then kind of gave up. Nil said, I'm your liaison from Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. World is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Cheese. DCS? As in like the flight sim? I'm assuming because you said try not to shake a helicopters. I know somebody who watches this stream who has a pretty crazy flight sim setup for DCS. I look forward to our meeting next year, says Neil. Our fortunes rise and fall together. But no, Banned for Life. In order to do something like that, I would have needed to start that before I started this series. And so no. That is not going to happen. But yeah, I did a little bit of like the Portal inbound speedrunning, but and then you could be like Pilot in the chat. Orange. Also, hi, Orange. How are you? How's the thumb? I thought that was a tantrum for a second because I saw a T with an exclamation. So he forgot his training. That's fine. Uh-oh. Or fell down the ramp. That's good. Orange. It's still numb. It's amazing how something like a broken thumb can just completely fuck your life up. Can I just chat just I'm just I'm just saying. It's actually like a McDonald's chicken farm. Are you getting like paid time off or anything, or are you just like screwed, Orange? Oh no. Is it one of the is it a nice enough flight stick that you can like upgrade it? Like could you buy parts for it and replace stuff? 400 a week, that's nothing. No, I think it's just a joystick, not a full HOTAS, because the HOTAS is like the joystick and throttle. That's like the whole cockpit setup, basically. Because is that I assume Friday's payday then. Oh, I see. I get you. I get you. It's a little 2-in-1. That's cute. But yeah, if the then realized you didn't want to spend money. I thought that DCS was free to play, was it not? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Game, why did you pause? Quit doing that, would you? Okay, I got you. I've never played DCS, so I know very little about it. I know very little about it. I always kind of assumed it was a similar situation to like iRacing. That was always kind of my assumption, is that it was a similar situation to iRacing. God, where'd that yawn come from? God, the number of Squid Game clones that are popping up on Steam, I find genuinely distressing. I've found like 4 or 5 now. And they all look kind of horrendous. Let's get the trader down here. You thought they made a show or movies about Splatoon? I think that would have been a lot more interesting, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, that's how they get you, right? Wave depletion? Yeah, I get you. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you, Tyga. I mean, well, time to go back to view botting your stream. I mean, lurking with my view bot of 1. That is just me on my computer. Cheers, Costlord. Yeah, at the time you thought that it was dumb, but now you're like, God, you wish you were right. Wait, what? Oh. I mean, I'm not going to hate on Squid Game. Lots of people hate. Lots of people like Squid Game. I kind of have nothing against it. I just don't have any interest in watching it. Nothing against it. It seems fine, but I just don't care. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. I'm going to heat down a bit too much. It's cold in here now. It's a TV show, not a movie. It's a 10-part show. Like, although I watched a super interesting little documentary about Ritalin and Adderall called Take Your Pills. Watch that while playing Halo. which was interesting. A lot of information I already knew, but I kind of like documentaries that take information that I already know and package it really well. Netflix is really good at that. Taking, like, pretty readily available, interesting information and packaging it. Rhinestone, download Halo so we can play some Halo. Also, hi, what's up? How you doing? Also, Ryan. Good. We need to play some Halo. I have a so Ryan, I want to talk to you about something. So I saw that Drug Church show, Citizen and Drug Church specifically. I mean, I haven't played Forza Horizon with anybody. I think Forza, like, I've been playing Forza Horizon in offline the entire time, so I doubt I'll ever actually play that with anybody. So I went to that show, right? Every single show I've been to so far this year, and that was my, I guess, 5th show this year. Every single show I've been to has been at heavy metal venues with primarily heavy metal audiences, and everybody is super well behaved. Nobody stands up. Everybody stays seated in their chairs where we're supposed to, wearing masks. People only ever take their masks off to drink water or drink beer or whatever. And you occasionally will see somebody standing up and talk to somebody else, but generally everybody just sits in their chairs until music plays. Everybody stands up at their chairs, and everybody is super well behaved. Obeys all of the COVID guidelines that we have here right now. That show, by the end of that show, all of the chairs that they had set up on the floor were in a pile in the corner on a table. A pile. There was people crowd surfing. There was people throwing drinks around. There was people like knocking tables over. Me and my 2 friends that I saw the show with got there super early, and we took a booth at the back of the venue. These were metal fans. This was a like alt rock and punk show. And the only conclusion that I can come to as to why metalheads are super fucking well behaved and obeyed all the rules, and these kids didn't give no shits, and by the end of the show there was just chairs everywhere, and like nobody wearing masks or anything, is metalheads go to a show once or twice a week, and they don't want them to stop. Those people go to shows maybe once every other year to see the band that they really like, and that's it. Because it was a lot of hipsters, it was a lot of younger kids, a lot of like alt rock fans, that kind of stuff. Great crowd, but they don't give a shit if they get shut down. Whereas metalheads want the shows to keep going. It's the only logical conclusion I can come to with my brain, because the big scary metalheads that you'd think would break all the rules, super well behaved. Kids who think that they're saying fuck the system, super poorly behaved. Great show though. It was a great show. Not like the bands weren't encouraging them or anything. The bands were definitely encouraging it. Cabinets is prohibited. Yeah, we can do that. It was a fucking awesome experience. Although I will say, possibly the worst opener I've ever seen in my entire life, Ryan. Possibly the worst. I won't even mention who they are. I will send you a DM of who it is because I don't want to publicly shame them. But it was quite literally the worst opener I've ever seen. I just sent you the name of the opener. Quite literally the worst set. Worst set I've ever seen. Absolutely horrendous. And it made so much sense when I noticed on their merch booth all of their t-shirts had anime ladies on them. It was literally like, imagine you have like kind of a all-right shoegazy sort of punky band. The all-right instrumentation with some wrong notes on their echo pedal, which was painful. And then a vocalist whose vocals sounded like the equivalent of somebody with a steel-toed boot walked up to her and stamped on her baby toe and then said, sing. Because she didn't sing, she just kind of wailed. And not in an entertaining fashion. And it was so bad that by the end of their first song, I was laughing hysterically because of the look on my friend's face. He was just like, what is this shit? He just looked at me, he's like, what fucking show did you bring me? But by the end of the second band, the second band was decent. And then Drug Church was fucking phenomenal. And Citizen was great. Also, I now own a half pink LP because I bought the Drug Church LP, which is half pink. As somebody who's seen Cradle of Filth 3 times, I hate Cradle of Filth's music. Their live shows are fucking phenomenal. I hate their fucking music, but their live shows are fucking phenomenal. I will go see Cradle of Filth anytime they're here. No complaints. I will never listen to Cradle of Filth. I feel that way about a few bands, though. I feel that way about Suffocation. I feel that way about... I'm trying to think of other bands. I feel that way about Black Delilah Murder. What other bands I'll see live, but I won't listen to? I feel that way about Visceral Disgorge, Cattle Decapitation, any grindcore, basically. Are well-behaved ones. I mean, depends on when you come over here. Depends on when you come over here. But I think that's kind of funny. I will go see grindcore, no questions asked, but please don't make me listen to grindcore. Don't ever want to listen to grindcore. All right, the dwarves have gone back to their thing. We're going to follow this dwarf. I'm going to go use the toilet. Having fluctuating blood sugars is not good for you. You need to use the washroom suddenly. What's there to not understand? It's a dwarf in the center of the screen. The U is a unicorn. There's walls, blocks, stairs, pots, bones on the edges. Those are workshops right there on the ground. Unsmoothed floors. Generally, the best way to understand the graphics display of a game like this is to just play it and give it a bit of time. It'll take a little bit of understanding. It's sort of like, imagine being dropped into turn 400 of Civilization if you've never seen Civilization. You're going to see a lot of hexagons, weird icons, and symbols, and it's going to make no sense to you. But after you play it, and you play a great game from the beginning, it just kind of starts to make sense. Kind of the same thing for this game. Most people don't give it the time to really get into it, though, Murder Buddy. Also, Ryan, did you see that I have a race car emote? Crip Zoom. You're welcome. I'm also being kind of a jackass with that statement. Kind of being a jackass, but it's also kind of great. I got some more coming. Twitch gave us all more emotes. Oh, also, Ryan, you have 5 new emote slots, I think. Or potentially some more emote slots. You should check. Because they gave affiliates more emote slots. But they also just gave partners 4. So all partners just got 4 more emote slots. Why is that such a funny combo? Oh. But yeah, overall, I'm probably gonna go see Drug Church again in March because they're coming back. So, although tickets aren't on sale for that show again, but if it's a $20 show again, yeah, I will go see a $20 show like that again because that was a really good $20 show, and I will go see another one of those. Also, I have tickets to Holy Fuck and Psychedelic Porn Crumpets, so it's gonna be a good year next year for concerts, assuming things don't start getting canceled again. Oh, look, A Time to Die? A Way to Die? Mom? Come on, dwarves. Can we have some more babies this year? Time of year is it? Mid-autumn. All right, well. You two have tickets to Holy F? Hell yeah. Wait, when are your tickets? I'm curious at what point in the tour you are. Oh, I also, after buying Holy Fuck tickets, I kinda bought Congrats on vinyl because it's the one of the 2 albums I don't own, and I was like, well, they still have the copies for Salesforce. But yeah, my show is 2/4/22. 2/4/22. He couldn't believe that that's a band. I mean, so I'm like a week before you then for Holy F. Cool. So here's the important question. Orange, did you actually show your friend the porn crumpets, or did you just tell them about the thank you lump, by the way, for that? I didn't even think about that. Found a tomato. You know, there was a person who popped into the chat once who was just like, Jesus in a tomato was the username, and I just, that person popped into chat and I was like, are you telling me that you found God in a tomato? He goes, yes, I once found God in a tomato, and I was like, hold on a second. I just got up and got the album, showed it to him, like, that. He was like, holy fuck. Very funny. Because they have a song called I Found God in a Tomato, and the person's username was Jesus in a Tomato. So the Psychedelic Porn Crumpets have a song called I Found God in a Tomato. Yep. Which is funny, because that's like a relatively recent song, too. Like, that's... For your Power Violence cassette to get here? Trying to think, what am I even waiting on? I've kind of got a lot of stuff in the mail that I ordered like at the beginning of summer that hasn't arrived yet. So actually, you know what theoretically should be arriving soonish? That's a disturbing image, which I'm not going to show on stream. Lump. I forgot how red that character is. Bob the Tomato. That's his name.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
He jumped in here because he found something I might like, and I already knew who they were. To be fair, I think Rhinestone was here when we discovered the psychedelic porn crumpets. I think you were in my chat. I was playing Planet Coaster and just chilling, and then I was just listening to random music on YouTube, and then I was like, that is too stupid a name to not click on. And I clicked on it, and I was just, because it was High Visceral Part 1 by the Psychedelic Porn Crumpets, and I thought that the name was so stupid, I had to check it out. I had to see what it was. And so we checked it out, and it didn't disappoint. It absolutely lived up to the goofiness that is the name of that song. Got some dwarves stuck in a time loop here, so let's let them out. Let them go do their thing. An album that's 13 minutes and 20 seconds and 27 seconds will fit on one side of a cassette. Do you want the actual answer to that or no? Fine. You didn't see the names or anything, so you're just like, what is this shit? It's great, kind of thing, right? I was gonna say, because yes. I mean, that Wormwitch cassette that I have is like 9 minutes on side 1 and then like 6 on side 2 or something. This is some Pink Floyd song that you've never heard of. I mean, for whatever it's worth, a lot of like there's a few like stoner bands that I listen to that are on Pink Floyd cover albums. So, I mean, I don't know, they're too upbeat for Pink Floyd, but maybe that's just my take. Let's make some silk clothing. Make some stuff out of silk. And some leather shoes. Give these dwarves some nice clothing. Let's make some lavish meals. Dude, Holy Fuck Here is a $16 show, which is bonkers. Second resub of the day, stupid. Thanks for sticking around, man. Thanks for watching the streams, hanging out, chilling, doing the things that you do. Thanks for supporting me with that Amazon money. Cheers, man. What the fuck is this name? And you probably then crashed your truck, right? Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Stupid at the 15 months? Come on. I know that it's like a chill day and there's not a huge crowd of people here, but like, come on, let's get some beers in the chat. Like the guy on YouTube who's been doing the QOSA songs in the style of QS. I've seen that guy. I know the guy that you're talking about, Crow. We gotta wake up the bots. We don't want people to think this channel's fake. Ah. Maybe we need like a Dwarf bot. Crypt Dwarf bot? I don't know. I was thinking like Crypt Blank, but it's a robot. Speaking of raging against the machine, Ryan, did you hear about Brass Against? Were you here for that? Okay. Also, hi, Cappy. What's up? And do you love it? Because when I was going to go see Unleash the Archers, piss against the Jazz, yeah. When I went to go see Unleash the Archers, one of my friends that was with us was just like, yo, I just got tickets to go see Tool in Vegas and Brass Against is opening. I was like, did you hear what Brass Against did? He goes, no, what'd they do? Showed him the video and he's like, I don't know how to feel about this. Don't know how to feel about this. Although it's probably like the most like viral marketing they've ever had. Dwarfbot throws tantrum, more news at 11. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Maybe we just need like a Dwarf bot in the channel, and it could be like Buttspot, but it does Dwarf things. What did they do? Just type in Brass Against on YouTube, and you'll find it immediately. I know somebody who has Euristbot, so I wouldn't be able to get that name. So chat, I just got this email. I'm just gonna read the email. I'm not gonna read any of like their branding, so it'll be pretty generic. Sell tickets to your live stream event. Dear Blind IRL, I saw your Twitch channel and thought you might be interested in using our platform, Redacted, to host a live stream event with your audience. We built a better way to run live events that's completely free to use. Sell tickets with a flat $1 service fee or host free events. Earn tips from your fans and private streaming in full HD. Better chat that your audience will love, and live stream events are a great way to earn more while organizing your community. Sell tickets to online performances, talk shows, Q&As, and bonus streams, and more. Twitch partners can stream with us as long as the stream never appears on Twitch. Feel free to get started here on Redacted. Please let me know if you have any questions. Cheers. Redacted team. Why would I do that? Exactly. It's a great concept for not my stream, but hey, Ocean Bug. Actually, yeah, that or maybe not drops it, but like takes the text and just randomly puts it into the chat. Like that maybe doesn't like drop the whole thing, just the thing. Like just the text from it. Like just Dwarfbot could do it. Hello, user string name. There you go. There's this clipping software that keeps reaching out to me. It's like, we made a generated clip of your stream, and it's like just a bunch of nonsensical random bits of my stream, and I'm like, why did you DM this to me? And they're like, would you like to pay for this service? It's like, not really. What, you're not into golden showers, Orange? User has purchased a Twitch channel subscription. It's a Twitch channel subscription for Blind RL. Subscription for 1 month. It was started today, and so forth. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you could do with a Dwarf bot. There's a lot of things you could do with that. Oh, leather shoes are taking a while. Yeah, stay out of this. If you ever see Brass Against, don't stand on the front line and stay out of the splash zone. Although, for whatever it's worth, they did state that they're never going to do that again, and it wasn't planned, and she was drunk. But still, if I ever see Brass Against, stay out of the splash zone. Which part, right? Which part? I mean, I really like Brass Against. Like, it's not gonna make me dislike the band at all. They're still fantastic, but it's like Rammstein would be proud. Didn't he actually do that, Orange? He didn't plan on it. He did it. That the band didn't just lean into it? I'm not certain it's legal for them to lean into it. Ryan. Also, winter is upon us, so the game is saving. I don't know. I'm way too amused by the whole thing. That drops updates on particular dwarves' activities. That you've gone too far. Wave depletion. I have no idea how you would implement that. The discussion would be better suited for an episode. We need to actually record an episode at some point, right? We will see you later, Taylor. Cheers. You're literally doing nothing all day. Well, I mean, see, here's the difference between you doing literally nothing all day and me doing literally, and me doing my job is I'm exhausted, overworked, and have been working way too much. So to be completely honest with you, the last thing I want to do is work more often. Like, currently, like, I've just kind of come to terms with the fact that, like, I've been burnt out for a really long time and I'm still burnt out. The only difference is I'm in a good mood today. But, like, the amount of editing that I do, it's like, if you edited the podcast, yeah, absolutely. Fuck yeah. Most days. But otherwise, it's like, vast majority of the time, it's like, I just don't want to do this shit. Blink 82 is a one-hit wonder. You know, the sad part is if you asked me that, I couldn't tell you anything that Blink 182 did. Couldn't tell you. Literally could not tell you. I have no idea what song Blink 182 wrote. And I know and owned Blink 182 music at one point. Although now, what's his face is just like reporting UFO sightings. So, you know. Oh, they definitely were, like, I mean, okay, in a world where Third Eye Blind exists, yeah, Blink 182 had hits. Absolutely. Just because you weren't a fan of them doesn't mean they didn't have hits. Yes, they absolutely had multiple, but like I couldn't tell you what any of them were. Just because I don't remember them doesn't mean they weren't relevant at one point. Ponder justification. Really now. Them and Sum 41, more or less. Right? I think the thing was I liked Sum 41. I didn't particularly like Blink 182. So, like, when I think about that genre now, I think about Sum 41. I don't think about Blink. Actually, that's not true. Ain't it slow? I will not go. Turn the lights off. Carry me home. That's the one Blink's 182 song I can remember. Na 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 na. Yeah, that was Blink. I think so. I think that was Blink. Was that not Blink? Somebody fact check that. I think it was like Blink-182 was the band that all the boys liked when I was younger, or Blink-182 was the band that all the girls liked when I was younger, and Sum 41 was the band that all the boys liked. Was always the way it was. Which one? Fat Lip? It's usually Fat Lip is the one that people say slaps when they talk about Sum 41. Although, like, maybe not the most popular take, but Crying Bloody Murder is a good song. Like, that Screaming Bloody Murder, that whole album is actually pretty fucking good. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head. Instead, I'm going under. I mean, the one that I always remember is, now I'm blanking on it. The one that starts with a little rap bit at the beginning, which is Fat Lip. I'm just trying to remember, like, the tune. Hold on a second. Gotta refresh my memory. Doing this on my phone so I don't direct capture it and get myself in trouble. Apparently there's an artist called Fat Lip. That's interesting. Oh yes, that one. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. As a kid, was a skid. Always knew it by name. Crashed my own house party because nobody came. You know that basically that entire album is actually pretty fucking good. Jimmy Eat World. I bought a Jimmy Eat World CD for a penny. Literally for a penny when I was on vacation. Right? I don't think I told you that. But yeah, I own Bleed American on CD for which I bought for a penny. 1 penny. But yeah, if I were to pick a Sum 41 song, it's probably either Fat Lip, Screaming Bloody Murder, or what's the name of that other song? Motivation. Motivation, such an aggravation. Also, because that song's just a fucking mood on a good day. I don't know. There's a lot of good pop punk out there. Pop punk is just a stupid feel-good genre that's just entertaining and easy to listen to. And Sum 41 still puts on good shows. Like they're still good at what they do. They are still good at what they do. Also, chat room, I haven't said this enough today, but just thanks everybody for tuning in, you know? Like that that person that I kind of mocked for too long earlier today who commented about bots is like not entirely wrong, realistically. Like me streaming this game the way I do is probably pretty fucking stupid. But you know, I'm here. I play it. I'm still here, so thanks for watching the stream. Even though I intentionally make my life way harder for myself than I need to, just tuning in and watching. You find it interesting? I think you find my nonsensical babbling interesting. Most of you don't find the game. Like, realistically. I generally assume that the majority of the people who are watching me are here for the babbles, not for the gameplay. do, 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 do. Thanks, chat, for getting Psalm 41 stuck in my head. Early winter. Let's chill for winter. Now that's just factually incorrect. Longdeath, on the other hand, waiting for Teespring to get back to me for a thing.
Listen!
Hey, listen. About? Exactly? What? I'm listening. You haven't told me what I'm supposed to be listening for. Waiting for a sign, a signal, a voice, a word? Or is this just like a shut up and listen to like the silence in your...
Bring out your dead!
Oh, well, we haven't had any dead in a while, so why would I need to bring out the dead? Yeah, especially if they're grateful, this is true. The combo would be with ketchup. What you use, or actually it'd be, hey, listen, chicken attack. That would be a pretty good combo. That would indeed be a pretty good combo. Don't put shit on your... Don't put shit on your shit. What if you need to take more of a shit? Then can you put shit on your shit? That's a sentence I'm really upset that I just said, so I'm going to apologize. I apologize for that heated gamer moment in saying that. It's hammered time? You mean like most of the audience at the show I was at on Saturday? Oh boy, please don't get into an argument. What meals do you want? 8 moon snails, rye beer, and honey bee and dwarven sugar. How the fuck do you make honey bee and dwarven sugar? I mean, we have emu meat. We literally just slaughtered a bunch of emus. What? Eat the emu meat then. Oh, also, Rhinestone. I don't know if you've had this happen yet. Oh, no. Arch is stumbling around obliviously? Man, that's a bummer. Well, time to remove you from the military. Ryan, I don't know if you've run into this yet, but after I saw Unleash the Archers, they said something that I've never seen a band say before, but I expect to see a lot, which is, hey, you should join our Discord server. Which is something I've literally never seen before, but I expect to see that a lot from now on. Is the, hey, we're a metal band, and you should join our Discord server. Because, just kind of makes sense. Also, apparently they stream D&D on Twitch, which was another thing that they shouted out. Which is, like I said, I guess something I just get to get used to now with metal bands. Just being like, hey, you should Join our Discord server, and also support us on Patreon, and also we play D&D. Metalheads are just nerds. I mean, I knew that, but that's the first time I've had a band straight up state during a show say, Corey from Throw gave you a shout out. Gave you a shout out? Like at a show? They also pointed at me because I was wearing my Discord partner hoodie, and they were like, there's a guy who knows what Discord is. Like, what the fuck? I mean, that's kind of cool. I don't outside of like them pointing at me and saying that's a guy who knows what Discord is, which is true, I do, because I had a Discord hoodie on. The singer of Metallica has a PhD. Yeah, it doesn't make him any less of a shitbag, though. Doesn't make him any less of a shitbag. Although my favorite intelligent band members are Bad Religion, because they're all actually university professors. It does. Well, I mean, we knew that. He's a nerd who's a shithead, though. That seems like a random encounter. How did that go over? Wave depletion. You'd wait for the next lift? People are just people. It doesn't matter what their job is. He just sort of nodded. It's like, oh, fuck, another one. And it's only Monday. Trying to think of if I've had any situations like that. Nothing off the top of my head. Aside from seeing Linus tech tips on Skytrain. Oh, hey, Linus. that was a weird moment. And then being like, oh, well, I mean, we're filming a thing, but hey, what's up? Good to see a fan. Yeah. Trying to think. Who else have I run into? A lot of conventions, but I don't think that counts. Can I just say that Yonkers is the funniest name for a town in the world? Like, whenever I hear Yonkers, I can't not laugh. And also, like, I only ever hear it in the voice of the true crime documentaries that I've seen that have taken place in Yonkers. It's like I associate Yonkers with two things. Funny name and a lot of serial killers. Because you didn't know who he was when you were driving him? Okay, that's pretty funny. These people pronounced Junkers? Junkers just sounds like some sort of video game. I'm trying to think of like other random. Was it regular at your gas station? Okay, that's kind of cool. Oh, double lift went through my drive-thru when I worked at McDonald's. Maybe one or two people, maybe a few people here will know who that is. That was a weird morning. Like, why the fuck are you in Vancouver? What the fuck is a Drake? You should have been like, oh, as in like the dragon from League of Legends? Also, hold on a second. Why would Drake want to hear his own music? Is he really that full of himself? I feel like if I was a singer or like a rapper or something, the last thing I'd want to hear is my own music. No recordings of a male duck. Based answer, be like. He was insulted that you didn't know him. Yeah, I could believe it. I could believe it. Met the dudes from Non-Point of the local show in Syracuse, NY. Huh. Interesting. I know somebody who met Deadmau5 at a Tool show in the crowd. He was just in the mosh pit and bumped into Deadmau5, which is kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. Most of the random encounters I have with like famous people or pseudo-famous people is almost entirely at conventions. So I don't really think that that counts because you kind of know that you're going to run into famous people at conventions. So yeah, I don't really think that that counts very much. It's like meeting Herman Lee at TwitchCon isn't really that weird. You once met Eminem when he asked you what song is your favorite, and you got all pissy when you said that you never listened to any of his music. Why is that almost exactly the same story that Orange just told? Like, that's uncanny, if that's true. That is uncanny. Losing another Dwarf. That's sad. You know, it's funny. Whenever we have conversations like this, there's always a point with these conversations where I look at chat and I go, all right, I believe most of you. Pixar didn't happen. You know what I mean? It's kind of like there's always like a point, especially where it's like, especially when you say stuff like the last one where you accidentally snuck into an F1 race. There's no fucking way in hell you wouldn't have told me that story before because of the amount of times I talk about F1. There's no fucking way in hell you wouldn't have brought that story up before. So I almost just like want to just not believe you by default or be skeptical. No, you didn't. You've never told me that before. I have zero recollection of that. I mean, maybe you did, but I do genuinely have zero recollection of that. Post them in the Discord, and I'll believe you. Otherwise, a question mark? Was Buzz Aldrin when you worked at a casino? That's kind of awesome. Just don't cloud your judgment with all that Adobe. Orange. kind of paying attention to these dwarves. Come on, guys. Can we have some kids today, please? Speaking of, how's Blue Water doing? No remarrying? Guess not. Go pilot. No lovers? Come on. Good talks today, chat. Tough numbers, though. I think people are celebrating Thanksgiving in the Americas. Then there's me, where I forgot it was American Thanksgiving until, well... I forgot until Rhinestone reminded me a minute ago. What a nuts family. Only 8? I think that family actually has 12 total. Oh, really? Paranoid? Was it visitors, or were they members of your fort? Because I've had goblin visitors. Unfortunately, it's not fake Thanksgiving because they did it first, and also, you know, there's more Americans, so just by sheer numbers and volume, it's more legitimate than Canadian Thanksgiving orange. It's more like other Thanksgiving. Convert to a goblin society. I once had a fortress that almost ended up being entirely goblins just because they kept showing up. Because I had the king of my faction showed up that was goblins, and then a bunch of goblins were just in their entourage, and they started having kids. I kind of wanted to do that with this fort, but it just didn't work out that way. Was a native citizen? That's awesome. That is really cool. It's not easy to do. I have, like... I'm always so impressed with people that are... What's the word I'm looking for? By people who make tutorials, because... Like, it was, I had this conversation with Craig Smash in his Discord about a year ago now, where I asked him if he was planning on making a tutorial for the Steam version, because people were asking me all the time. And he was just like, maybe, but his actual response was he hates making tutorials. He's like, I like working hard and working on videos, but I'm not a psychopath. I'm like, yeah, I tend to agree with that. It's like, there's certain levels of work that are required to make a tutorial, a good tutorial, that I don't have the energy or the mind commitment to do that. That's not tickets. It's a long slog. Making a good tutorial is lots of work. And I have to make a living. I don't have time to work a lot. Unfortunately. The lots of work that I do goes into the interviews that come out sporadically. And, you know, like, to give you an idea, I could put as much possible work and effort into a great interview, but they will never do as well as the videos that I put half the work into, which kind of sucks. You know, like I put like, I don't know, 30 hours into the Dungeon Man's video. I put like probably close to 20 into the Rift Wizard video. And those two videos combined got less views than the kind of drama news out of Kit Fox video did in the first 2 hours. So I don't promote Sal's tutorials. Not that I have anything against Sal. It's just there's people that put more dedication into the game itself that are worth promoting. And like, you don't really need that type of tutorial, really. Like, just the wiki, and then if you want very specific detailed mechanics, Paranoid's got you. I mean, nothing against Sal. Waiting for her to come back. When she streams Dwarf Fortress again, I'll promote her again. She's vanished off into the realms of variety, which has been working for her apparently. It's sitting unlisted because it's borked. You're never touching farming again. What, in Dwarf Fortress? What were you trying to cover specifically? But like quite literally the only DF tutorial that I promote, Orange, is like Krog Smash is your first fortress. It's the only tutorial people realistically need. Outside of that, it's like you can just seek out your own tutorials. Just please don't watch just random Joe number 35 playing the game and talking over it, which is probably what I'm going to do for the Steam version. You see, like, if I were to do a farming video, it would be like 2 minutes long. And it would be me just briefly explaining the mechanics of how to harvest food from trees, and how to make a above ground farming bed and how to make a below ground farming bed. It would be like super fast, concise, done. 5 minutes, tops. Maximum. That would be me making a video. But I'm all about efficiency when it comes to YouTube, because I know how little YouTube pays. It's just not like in a lot of cases, unless it's me trying to make a piece of content that I think is cool and interesting that is archival, like the interviews I do. Outside of that, it's like YouTube for me. It's not worth putting the time in to do that, because the amount that I actually get out of it isn't worth it. But I apparently have a lot of very unpopular opinions about YouTube, such as, like, I genuinely believe that them removing dislikes is the best thing they've ever done. But, you know, 28 minutes? Oh my god. That's another thing, is, like, I'm incapable of scripting things. Like, I've tried many times to script videos. Like, I've wanted to do video essays for a while, but I can't script. I can't script to save my fucking life. Like, if someone held a gun to my head and said, script a video, I wouldn't be able to do it. I can't script things. And it's really funny because sometimes people will be like, man, your news updates are great. And how long does it take you to script them? It's like, I don't. I ad-lib them. Like, I literally just sit there and improvise. Like, I can talk, and I can talk coherently, and I can explain things coherently the first time. Couldn't tell you what I said, won't remember it in 5 minutes, and none of it's scripted. Literally, I've never made a scripted video, ever. I will occasionally have bullet points of, like, reminders that I need to talk about, but that's it. I never once scripted a video. Nothing is scripted. I'm like incapable of scripting. Well, looks like we're losing Arch. Let's give you one last chance, possibly. But, you know, call me lazy if you want. Can I just say that this is a pretty good Photoshop of a Forgotten Beast? I like this a lot. I like it. Shoutouts to the DF Legacy room on my Discord. We're into late winter of 342. Almost up to 343. By year of Halo. So you sound all over the place to the listener? My speech works faster than my brain to the point where I regret what I say half the time. Like, I'm that kind of person. Like, I have to, like, channel so much of a filter and train myself to have a filter that if I were to just say what I'm thinking all the time, I would be canceled overnight. That's always fantastic. I still maintain Krug Smash needs to make a children's book. Needs to make a children's book. Needs to do it. He has to do it. Just kickstart it. Fucking I know I say it like it's easy, but like fucking kickstart a book, Krug Smash, please. He could find a small book publisher very quickly and publish a book. No issues. Like, no issues. I would spend like $70 on a hardcover Krug art book, kids book thing. No questions. No questions. The thing is, like, in 20 years, people will remember Krug Smash's work. They probably won't remember me. That's the main difference between Dwarf Fortress creators. Or common clips are basically illegal on social platforms today. Oh yeah, no, half the shit that I would say to friends when I was in like school would get me canceled like that. Like half of the insults that used to get thrown at me, you go to prison on social media. Don't say that. I don't know. I mean, like, here's the thing, right? Like, the stuff that I create is very of a time, right? Like the DF News videos, a lot of people love those, but they are relevant for about 2 weeks, and then they cease to be relevant. The interviews I do, those people might remember. The playthroughs I do, I don't know. Like, will people remember Longdeath? Maybe the concept of it. Will people remember, like, Dark Cosmos, my Halloween fort? Reigns of Terror? I don't know. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Still don't know what Longdeath means? Literally, like, I gave you the command with the explanation. It's the name of this fortress, Longdeath. This playthrough is called Longdeath. It's an attempt to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years. That's all it is. Literally, that's it. And we are on year 342. We started on year 5, and we have to get to year 1005. And I've been playing this fort for about a year and a bit. Year and 3 months. We started August 2020. We're still at it. That's all it is. Pick has been delivered. How do I know that you took that photo? Orange. How do I know that you took that photo? How do I know that you didn't just go to social media and type in picture of Ferrari? Car. F1. Grand Prix. I believe you. You want the... No, I believe you. I'm just being an ass. Don't remember me? Well, thank you. Some people will. Spring has arrived. Let's see if anybody dies of old age. Hi, animal. What's up, you pirate motherfucker? It's you who said it, not me.
You suck.
I know. How's things, animal?
Chicken attack. Chicken attack.
Well, I'm happy for you, Random J. Perry. No, absolutely. I mean, like, that's why I said I think people will probably remember the concept of Longdeath, but I wouldn't be surprised if people forget about it overall, you know? Like, episode 1 and then the final episode, whenever that is, will be remembered, but that's about it. Also, that's a lot to read. Hold up. Hold up. All right. Chef jumps into danger and pools of slimy stuff. There is sleep. Sleep during dreams. Dreams throw voices around. Orcs pillage orchestras orderly. Here lies underscores, backspaces, dashes, and commas. Is anyone there, or is anyone here? Kitties are not food. Chicken is food. Okay? Sentences, fragments, phrases, commands, questions, queries, questionnaires. None of this all is for naught, but maybe not if we smell water. What? Devil's Club closed. Why? Rats infested clubs don't stay in business. Shut down, refused, restart from the start. That would make sausages taste like schnozberries. Really? Probably not. But why, why would you touch schnozberries? Brown schnozberries stream unpleasantly. Taste this Strasmorang? No? I would send schnozberry. You guys really like that word, don't you? Tailings, thank you for this round of beer. Bitch, in bracket, dog, period. Flatulence smells funny. Sometimes random, inanimate, sustenances spoken swiftly, which succulent variations slurped the syrup. Carvia flowers, I'm... Hold up.
Numino-ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis.
That. Nonsense. Longest chaos word ever. In Amsterdam, coffee shops, coffee, they serve cups, look jazzy, stun, Lee died with no supervillains injured. He loved inspiring capybaras to draw comics. Cars movie was... We're done! I made it. Caught up. There's a room on my Discord called Add a Word Stories. Go into the Add a Word Stories room and don't write words like
Numino-ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis.
that. I can play Dwarf Fortress again. Please add words that make semi-coherent sentences, and then you can make me read them once every 2 hours. Also, did I post that I was live today? Yes, I did. Ooh. Also, chat, we need more activity. I've only got 49 active communicators in the channel on Discord, so join my Discord and communicate so that I can get free stuff. Discord. Or don't. That's up to you. I'm not a cop. It won't fit in one clip. I mean, I would just, like, put, like, the me doing the text-to-speech thing in the background for the proper pronunciation of pneumophalic something scoliosis. Ah-yeah-ah-eh-oh. Ah-yeah-ah-eh-oh. Ah! And they light up the sky. Yeah, that song? It's a good song. And she said that's not right and sang I-yo. Yeah, I mean, I-yeah-I-yo is so much better than whatever the other one is. I mean, I know what the other one is, I just can never remember how to actually properly say it or the lyrics. Also, no, it's not a new System of a Down song, Paranoid Meteoroid. I do, however, own their 2 most recent songs on physical, on a record. It's a 7-inch. You know what's funny? Brainpower, occasionally I get strikes on YouTube for it. From old VODs from, like, multiple years ago. Favorite Krug Smash for it? Why is it relevant? Why does it matter? What's your favorite of my forts? If you say Longdeath, that's cheating. Thought it would spark discussion? Nah. We've got plenty of discussions. The funny thing to me, Orange, about you and the whole F1 claimed thing, is that you always say the F1 race, which is just sad because they let you into an F1 Grand Prix and you think it's called a race. It's a Grand Prix. It's not a race. What the fuck? The F1 race? The F1 race is implying there's only one? Come on, guy. Get with the program. It's a Grand Prix. I mean, if a gun was pointed to my head, I'd probably say Honey Stoker, but, like, I don't know. What's the difference between race and Grand Prix? Well, you see, one is F1 specific, the other one is a race. It's like the difference between a football game and a World Series game. One's just a football game. Anybody could just play a football game. Anybody can just go race, but not everybody can be in a Grand Prix. I really like F1. I'm never going to go see a Grand Prix because it's too fucking expensive. So, you know what? That's makes 2 of us. Yeah, it's a race, but lots of fucking money is F1. And there's no fucking way in hell I'm going to spend $2,000 to see a goddamn Grand Prix. That's never going to happen. No fucking way in hell. I like F1 a bunch, but never going to go do that. You're really out of touch of sports? It's fine. Most sports are out of touch of sports. For, like, the full package, yeah, for the whole weekend. But to be totally fair, for the $2,000 package, it's like you get 3 days of racing, usually at least 1 concert, sometimes 2, and there's generally food involved. Watch the Grand Prix from a balcony of an Airbnb. I watch it in my bed on my phone. That's good enough for me. And the works of fiction around it. So if you want good works of fiction around F1, just watch Drive to Survive. Netflix. Drive to Survive is actually a very entertaining reality show. Even though, like, a lot of it is, like, kind of over-dramified. But although it wasn't particularly over-dramified until the most recent season. The most recent season was kind of like, really? Like, that's a little bit... bit of a farce, but because, you know, that's the exact take that I had for years Twitch ups, and then I watched Drive to Survive and started, well, more accurately, then I started reading about F1 in, like, 2016, and then I watched Drive to Survive, and then I was like, all right. Was into F1 within the year, but I always kind of liked the idea of it as a concept. You'd go for broke and go to Monaco? You'd go to the most boring race of the year? Aqua? Really? Why? I'm probably going to watch a Formula E race next year, but that's literally because it's in Vancouver, like in downtown. I'm just going to go. I'm just going to go show up. And I'm probably not going to see the actual race, but I know a person who lives in one of the high rises pretty close to where the race is going to happen, and we'll have a pretty good view. So we're just going to go buy a bunch of beer and sit in my friend's apartment and just watch. Watch those high-powered blow dries go around the track. Be fun. It's the only track you know by heart. I wouldn't go to Monaco. Monaco is such a fucking boring track. Such a fucking boring track. Oh, probably. Why? Because nobody went? Why did they lose money? Orange? Or was it just too expensive to run the fucking thing? Hey, Squug. Hope you're feeling alright today. Yeah, I believe it. Whew. Orange, that looks tasty. I'm hungry now. Thanks. A local track they tried to build in Savannah. I don't think I've never really been to any. Well, actually, that's not true. I've seen some dirt track BMXing. I've also seen some MotoGP, but qualifiers, not official stuff. I've seen some dirt track slot car racing. That stuff's fun. But, like, I don't know. I'm not super big into most formats of racing because I don't really like watching gas-powered vehicles. I don't find them particularly fun to watch. I like the tech side of F1. Half of the reason I find F1 interesting is because of the tech. In fact, the majority of the reason I find F1 interesting is because of the tech. I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. You only just got here, though, Animal. See you when you get back. You only just got here, though. Cleaning, 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 cleaning. 25 animals. All right. I'm gonna go pull my insulin out of the fridge real quick. I'm not surprised, switch ups. It's also why I will never go see any of that stuff. I'll absolutely watch it on my phone though, for cheap. No question. Disrepair? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, that's what like designed tracks are for. I'm not super fond of street circuits. A boring city circuit, you must add? Yeah, that certainly happens. Certainly happens. You mean like Monaco? What ups? No streets wide enough for an interesting city race? Yep. I don't know. There's parts of motor racing that I enjoy and parts of motor racing that I absolutely hate. Absolutely hate. It depends on the streets. Orange. Depends on the streets. There's definitely some street circuits where it works, but you've got nice working racing circuit, Chaz 20. Yeah, I mean that's what they got to do. In a grid city? I mean, Murica. A lot of right-hand corners. Dum. The bee lug bites the dust. Wait, no. The bee lug's workday bites the dust? That sounds better. I don't want bee lug to die. So what's your plans for the remainder of the day then? Hey chat, you want to be famous? Buy followers and viewers on bigfollows. Thanks. Bee lug got it. I was just going over to bop it and then bee lug got it. Target practice. They could do some fun stuff in Seattle. It would be like Rush 2049. Aqua. I don't know if you ever played Rush 2049 or Rush to the Rock, but it would be like that. Just big fucking huge ass highways. Although in order to do that in Seattle, they would also have to like take a chunk out of it so you could get some big air. And then they just need an announcer to scream, "Big air bonus," when they fly over, you know? I'd watch that. Trackmania IRL. You loved the Rush games? I got so good at Rush 2000. Like, this is the only arcade game that I could, like, humble brag about being good at. I got so good at Rush 2049 that I could beat, on the first 2 tracks in the game, I could beat the free car every single time. If you beat the free car, you got a free race, right? So you'd get a free credit if you beat the free car. I just do the first track on repeat, beat the free car on repeat, and then try and beat the hard tracks, and then go back and just keep beating the free car, and I'd literally sit there with like 1 credit and just, or sometimes it would cost me a second one because sometimes I'd fuck it up the first time, but I'd just sit there on 1 credit and just keep playing. The other day, you had someone try and do the whole "is your Steam account I accidentally reported" scam on me. Oh, really? Yeah, no, it's a scam, B-Lug. So the way it works is they send you a random person on your friends list will send you a DM saying, "Hey, I reported your account and it's about to get banned accidentally. I'm sorry. If you don't want it to get banned, send me your password info and I'll stop it from getting banned." Basically that. Yeah, it's a very goofy as fuck like account scam. I actually, it happened to a friend of mine, and I got it on stream, which was kind of funny. Also, chat, if you want to help the stream out directly, go to your Twitch account, type in /host BLIND-IRL. Twitch used to have auto hosting service that worked really well. They still have it. It's moved, but it's very ineffective now. So if you still want to help the channel that way, just pop over to your channel and host a stream, because those do help, believe it or not. Was advanced, and they looked at your Discord for a linked Steam account. Oh, really? Huh. I mean, just because they're getting better at it doesn't mean... Yeah, in your channel, not in my channel. It won't work if you do it in my channel. You don't have to do it, but it does help. Thanks for the stock. And Neil, by the way, from 30 minutes ago. And you know, if you like dwarfs and you like watching dwarfs, don't just support my channel. Go watch other dwarf streams too. Find other people streaming dwarves when they're streaming dwarves and watch them. Because there's been some others recently. Man, no babies today. We're having a rough day today. Rough crowd. It's got a message from a random dude with no mutual service saying this is yours. Yeah, that's a bot. Absolutely, it's a bot. Because they join your server, DM everybody on the server, and then immediately leave, right? That's how those work. Back in the day, a couple months ago, earlier this year. Yeah, exactly. Like August. I mean, auto hosts still exist, right? And they still work. But they're just super inefficient and ineffective now, by design. Like, I've kind of come around on it a bit more, but I still kind of hate the change. Because it's just something that, it's a system that they made willingly and knew that it would inflate numbers for some people. And if they didn't like it inflating numbers, they should have gotten rid of it years ago, instead of like building it up in such a way that people depended on it for their livelihood and then nuked it out of existence. It just really sucks. Finally, after 2 years of people angrily standing at the finish border, some soldiers are not starving now. Wait, what? Huh? You know what's funny is, like, Twitch is totally fine with inflating numbers when companies pay them to do it with Twitch drops, but they don't like inflating numbers when it's just, you know, people like me having cool viewers. Dude, it's a fucking holiday. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Or at least it's an American holiday. Testing. Test received. What test are you testing? What test could you possibly be testing, Orange? Speaking of testing, spots 2 and spot 3 on the Cheers leaderboard are only a penny. Happy Smallpox Blanket Day. Yeah. Well, as a Canadian, I hope you're having a good American Thanksgiving if you're celebrating American Thanksgiving. Generally, yeah. Cam. Generally. SRL 92X, thank you very much for the second month with Prime. Welcome back. Can I get a round of beers as usual? And also, you know, a couple crip zooms. Just because it's a new emote, we gotta get that usage up. Also, a thing that Twitch made recently, which I think is kind of rad, which I can't show you because it's in my dashboard and it's right above sensitive information that I've signed a contract to not show you, so I can't show you. But thanks for the $1, SRL. Cheers. But I can just screenshot this and show you guys the screenshot, because this information is not sensitive in the slightest. But check this out. This is emote usage. The number of unique people that used it, and the total usage. So, if there's a particular emote that you like, booster! Dude! Thanks for gifting out a sub. Cheers. If anybody else has a... If two other people have resubs to pop, you should do that. We can get a hype train. But thank you for, like, doubling my revenue today. Cheers. Thank you much. People have been very, very, very kind to me this month. Pam, thanks for the Prime. Brand new subscription. You've been around for a while. Cheers. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. And the Dwarfs and shit. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the kindness in the last couple minutes? While the Dwarves party. And they discuss wind patterns. Forces that govern the wind patterns. Hey, Fog, what up? 49 months!
Juju, Crypt Happy.
T-shirts should be up in, like, hopefully by tomorrow. Fog. Hopefully by tomorrow. I'm just waiting on a confirmation back from them. Orange with the 15 bucks. Cheers, dude. Big thanks. You just had to jump past poor Rory. And Stupid's like, what's happening? But thank you very much for the kindness, chat. Keeping this channel funded. One day at a time. While I sit here and resist the synthesizer sales. There's a synthesizer on sale right now that I saw this morning, which I've wanted for a while. But even on sale, it's still like $1,100. I'm like, eh. Maybe once Steam version's out and I'm a rich YouTuber. Living off of that YouTube money. Rhinestone with the 15 bucks. And Astro with the 5 subs. What the fuck's going on? Gift and subs to Seething Llama, Harkomo, and Thyram, and Wessel M, and Jax V. I think that's how you say that. Cheers. Thank you much. Ryan also with the $15. You almost did it. You need spaces in between them. Damn. Almost did it. Close enough, though. We'll count it. It's like it levels up, and then it just levels up again, and then just levels up again. Thank you. Thank you very much, Esrel, for whatever you've just started. Good conversations today, chat.
Another one.
And another $5 from Ryan. Cheers, man. Big things. Also, there's a... And $15.01 for B-Lug. You know, it's funny, because you could actually just make it French. He says, at Orange, it's on, but this is gonna be my only contribution. In brackets. Well, it's on. Although I think technically Ryan's winning. I'm helping. Sort of. I can't actually help, but I'm helping. But thank you very much for all the kindness, chat. Unfortunately, my gifted subs don't go towards the hype train. Cabinets.
I'm a fire in my ladle.
Fuck you in the top here.
Fuck you in the top here? Is that what she said? Fuck you in the top here, I guess. I will say the last time something like this happened, which is I have no idea what the fuck. I like absolutely have no idea what the fuck. Thanks for the $100, Orange. You absolute fucking mad lad. And Esral, apparently. With another $15. Once again, you absolute fucking mad lad. I just... What? That... You know how I was saying earlier today that this has been my best month ever financially on Twitch? You know you guys can pump the brakes, right? I just... Y'all are gonna make me fucking cry over here. What is pumping the brakes? If you don't pump the brakes, you fly off the road. So I haven't been having payment problems from Twitch like some other streamers. You see, the difference is I don't complain. I mean, I'm making about... Tire lag with $10. Thanks, man. Cheers, dude. Like, here's the thing, right? I used to get about $450 to $500 in sub revenue a month. I'm now getting about 380. So yes, but also I don't know what the fuck. I just have a very dedicated Patreon support base, so I just kind of don't care that much. Not Rhinestone, and fucking Orange with the new badge. You got the green one. Fuck yeah. He did it for the badge. He did it for the badge. We know that he did it for the badge, chat. 175%. You fucking mad lads. You absolute fucking mad lads. Green is the new orange. This is true. Orange is the new green. But then what is black? It's a giraffe. What is it? It's a fat bird with big eyes, I think. Fuck. Who did that? Feel like that was me. Choo choo. You see, B-Lug's got the right idea. Choo choo. Just can we get some of the zooms? Encrypt zooms in chat. Rory's gonna come back at some point and be like, what the fuck? I mean, if you're gonna build a wall, at least get them in the right order. Do paywall... Oh, by the way, Crypt Paywall 4 is the least used emote in the chat. It's the least used emote in the chat. I'll have you know. I might need to make another paywall. I'm not gonna lie. I can't even remember how high they go. 8 is the highest they go, actually. That's the highest they go. Only one person has it. 2 people, actually. Only 2 people have that emote right now. Or rather, 1 person has it. Only me and Hobo have it, so 2 people have it. It's a stupid amount of money. Anyway, Orange, thanks for the $130. Rhinestone, thank you for the $20. And Esral, thanks for the $16. And the 6 gifted subs. You know, I'm kind of tempted to get, like, make me another minecart emote. You know, like maybe like a goblin in a minecart or something, or a goblin getting hit by a minecart. I don't know. We're working on other emote ideas, and the only other one that we have in the works right now is where is it? Where's Cooler's DMs? The only other one that we actually have in the works right now is this one. That's the only other one that we have in the works right now. Rigged? You know it. Wait, what's rigged? Also, I need to figure out something to do with this. It's Tarn saying good stuff. .mp3. The Merchant Longdeath and the Messenger Defcom have gotten married. Defcom got married? It's true. Would you look at that? Defcom and... How old are you, Defcom? 155 years old. Holy fuck. Maybe you could have some kids before you die. Wow, imagine getting married at 155. It's like, I'm 155 years old. You know, that's like the equivalent of like a 70-year-old human getting married. Hey, you know, it's never too late for love. You know what they say? Never too late for love. You like Crypt Lurk? Well, I mean, Crypt Peek and Crypt Lurk, not the same thing. You can have a Peek and a Lurk emote. What the generational gap looks like? Yeah, right. Sheesh. This is still the closest I've been to unlocking an emote in a very long time. Even though we're getting more emotes, so don't worry about it. But it's like... So right now, over in my Discord, this is going on. That eye is just making these Forgotten Beast photoshops, and they're nightmare fuel, and I kind of love them. Like, just look at that. It's just great. It's great. I love it. I love it. I mean, that's what happens when you use this emote, and back to back is flat Crypt Lurk SQ. That's what happens. You won Whack-A-Mole. Yep. Oh no, he's playing classical music. I've been thinking about swapping out my sound for the, like, top, what's it called? I've been thinking about swapping out the sound for the 100, the 10K. The thing was, I didn't see 10K bits in my chat for like maybe a year plus, so I kind of forgot it was that until you guys started using it a lot in the last month. And now I'm remembering that I need to change it. I don't know what to change it to. It's just a completely overblown over 9,000, you know? Anyway. They used to, actually. They actually used to have... Well, actually, no. They don't have a 25,000, but they do have a 100,000. It's like this weird golden globy thing. But you can't actually cheer that much at once. Because it's... There's some sort of like legal thing in US and Europe where you can't have a microtransaction on a website that's that big with an animated reward. There's like some sort of like weird legal problem where you can't charge that much for a single thing. So they got rid of it. They had it for a very brief period of time and then they got rid of it. So you have to do it in sets of 250,000 but on the leaderboard, it shows up as a weird gold gem thing. I shouldn't be telling you this. I'm going to tempt you. So it is exclusive to the charts. Is someone has that much? Wait, what? Random Jberry? I don't understand. From a shine, let me click. Yeah, pretty much. Don't just chat. Let me remind you something. You need to pay for groceries. Don't worry about me. All right? I'm doing just fine right now. Get paid. Figure out how much you're getting paid first, Orange. You absolute nutcases. You probably won the lottery or got a really big raise. What the actual fuck, you crazy? I'm just looking at alerts. What the actual shit? I don't deserve you guys. Arch is throwing a tantrum. That's very concerning. Because Arch is pretty strong. Arch is one of the younger kids in the fort who's gotten very distressed as of today. 57, not actually that old. But got weirdly stressed randomly out of kind of nowhere. 1 count of disorderly conduct. The doctor came and saved you. Please don't hurt any dwarves. Cog the merchant has been found dead. Well, very least it was a merchant. So 3 counts of disorderly conduct. 1 count of murder. You then toppled a bunch of windows. Damn, this is quite the... I'd swear a dwarf just fell in there, but I don't think they did. Yeah, I don't think they did. I'd swear a dwarf just jumped in there, though. They might have just picked up the gem. Yes, they just picked up the gem. That is indeed a giant evil villain lava pit. It goes all the way down to the center of the earth. It took me 100 years in game to dig it and fill it. Admittedly, I kind of took my time and probably could have done it a lot faster if I had more dwarves, but... How long are you going to tantrum for, dwarf? God damn it. There you go. You broke another window. Who's that? It's Dastot? Oh no, it's Mark's wife. You okay? Left foot is mangled or ankle is mangled. Okay, it's broken ankle. That's survivable. In fact, she stood up and is now walking to hospital. Cool. All right. 2 counts of vandalism. And a bunch of counts of disorderly conduct. A beating and 113 days in prison. Good lord. That's actually quite the... This will either kill him or fix him. I mean, he did kill somebody. What year is Longdeath on? 343? -5 is the year. We started on year 5. So we got a long way to go. Oh, you're covering wounded. You're gonna go beat the criminal. Go get a massive. Now you're gonna go chain him up. Once you're done beating him. There you go. But yeah, that at the center of the screen on the left there is a giant lava pit that goes all the way down to the center of the earth. Surrounded by green glass. Dwarf teen angst, just like a mild case of beating the crap out of somebody, breaking multiple mirrors, windows, and murder. Dwarf teen angst. Easy peasy. Would probably have a literal heart attack. I had somebody tip me $1,000 once, but it wasn't in bits. It was a direct tip. He's a good friend. All right, let's see if this is actually going to help you. Don't mind the vampire over here who's in a berserk rage. Who's repentant. This might actually fix Arch. Oddly enough. Arch the second may get fixed here. Feels repentant after being confined. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, is a nervous wreck, and becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. Is fulfilled by assisting those in need. And though he wishes this were not the case, as he finds altruism foolish. He's not a driven person and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Or fucking dwarf. Repentant. Green glass, oh, it's true. One of the best of materials. Are you alive? You haven't been alive in a... No, never mind. Yes, of course you are alive. Jimmy Tibby is indeed alive. I was gonna say, what, you haven't died yet, have you? Oh, no, you have not. Yes, you are indeed alive. And art is life, you have to say. And she felt fondness when speaking with a friend. You have some close friends. Not married though. Green glass only, fortress ones, desert embark. I feel like I should do that at some point. Make a glass fortress. Just like embark on a volcanic sand field. That's a sentence. Although at that point I'd almost want it to be black sand. Absolute fucking madness, chat. Lost the city to a forgotten beast. The secret of mega projecting is don't commit wholly to the mega project. You have to have a backup. Always have a backup. You need to always have a backup. If you don't have a backup, you will die. So I'm looking at external traffic for YouTube for a second here because I'm curious. And I see something that doesn't quite line up. External traffic coming from YouTube, or external traffic. 26% of my views this month came from external traffic. 52% of that was Reddit. 19% of that was Google. 9% of that was YouTube. How is traffic coming from YouTube external traffic? Just a question. Like, genuine curiosity, that. How is that external traffic? And then 4% comes from Discord and .com, and then 1.6% of it also comes from Discord. And then one comes from com.oneloader.baconreader.premium. 0.2% of my views come. Oh, this is good. 0.2% of my views come from Bing. Excellent. Also, 0.7 views come from kiwifarms.net. Set that fucking shit on fire, whoever the fuck did that. Fuck out of here. Christ. That's you? You're on Bing? Well, good to know. It's Bacon Reader's a Reddit app? Oh, huh. All right. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. You use Bing? Can I ask a very serious question? Why on earth do you use Bing? Of all of the search engines you could use that are not Google, why would you use Bing? What's the percentage on Brave? That would just probably be DuckDuckGo, because it doesn't have web browsers specific. These are from websites. But I use Brave, so. I'm actually kind of annoyed that any of my traffic comes from Kiwi Farms. I do not want traffic from Kiwi Farms. Fuck that, man. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. If you don't know what Kiwi Farms is, don't go to that website. Just look it up on Wikipedia. Apparently 6.8% of my views this month came from Bay12 Games. Okay, I have a question. In the last 30 days, I got 9 views from DeviantArt. Who did that? Who did that? Why? Why am I on DeviantArt? Oh, shoutouts to the one view that came in from Yahoo Search this month. Somebody somehow found me through Yahoo Search. com.nonsenseapps.feeder. I got 2 views from. I got 1 view this month from Facebook Messenger. You're not on DArt? Yeah, well, I mean, like, you're on Twitter, right? That's just bizarre to me. Like, why am I looking through super deep YouTube features? I want to know how many lifetime views I've gotten from DeviantArt. So how's Arch doing? You're doing all right. Not even Google Photos. Oh, Jesus, what? Do they not have a coffin for Cog? Oh, I dug out all these coffins and then didn't put any coffins in them.
Cheers all.
Redbeard with the 13 months. Sorry about the bad news yesterday. Cog died. Yeah, that's the dwarf that Arch beat up that put him in prison. It's all right because he's just a merchant, but it still kind of sucks. PlayStation only allows Twitter images? Not. What about Discord? Twitter or YouTube? Yeah, I've never owned... Well, that's not true. I owned a PlayStation 3. Had a bunch of used games for. I bought it for... It was cheaper than the Blu-ray player I was planning to buy that day. So I bought it. You still got yours? My ex took it when she moved out. Or more accurately, I just gave it to her because I was like, yeah, you can fucking have this shit. Because she had a bunch of JRPGs on it, and I'd already played through all the games that I had on it. And all the games that I wanted for it, I have on PC now. Either via emulator or legitimately. I don't really care. I don't own any Blu-rays, and Netflix I have on my phone and tablet, so who cares? I don't know. Like I said, Rory, like you're gonna, like after that happened, I was like, well, Rory's gonna come back and just be like, what the fuck? Like I'm still just completely baffled, completely fucking baffled. Orange decided to be green because apparently green is the new orange. It's only $7 to get back in the top 3, but like Jesus Christ. Apparently this chat's high stakes only now. Although, to be fair, gift subs you only need to give one. Give me number 1. I mean, that's... You might need to hold up a bank for that. See, I only have margarine and nut butter here, so that's all we got. Leaves at autumn. Also, we're not in autumn yet. We're in early summer, so you have until the end of autumn. Eh? Nut butter works? All right. I got cashew and almond. Which one do you want? You know, I mean, here's the thing. In this chat, you have all of the tools you need to rob a bank, you know? You just hang out with Tommy and drink some beers, right? And then after you're done hanging out with Tommy and drinking some beers, then you grab a mech and a couple guns and some picks, knock down the walls, and then you just need your good happy friend. And then after that, once you're done with all of those things, then from there, you just need a getaway driver and you have the money. Yeah, and then you have the getaway. Exactly. See, Fog knows what's up. You get the explosive from me. Yeah, absolutely, Laura. Yeah, totally. I've got bank heists on the brain because I watched Heat recently. Turns out, Heat, still a good movie. Actually, like, still a very good movie. Fucking great heist movie. Yeah, Orange will bring a limo. Be great. I'd watch this movie. To anybody here who's seen Heat, like 90s Heat, does that movie not know how to end, or is that an excellent movie? Because I'm in two minds about Heat, because it's a 3-hour movie, but it's like, it doesn't feel like a 3-hour movie. It's a 3-hour movie that feels like a 2-hour movie, but also it just kind of keeps going and could end at like, it could end at like the hour 40 mark. It could end again at like the 2-hour mark, and then it could end again at like the 2.5-hour mark, and then it could end at the 2-hour 45-minute mark, and then there's another 15 minutes before the fucking credits start. The movie just kind of keeps going. See, now that I believe, Orange, no question. That I believe. You never saw Heat? It's on Netflix. It's a fucking good movie. Probably one of the best heist movies ever made. If you like heist movies, easy recommendation, go watch Heat. Need some other dwarves to make some coffins. I watch Heat maybe every 5 years. Maybe every 5 years.
My chicken's doing a thing again.
Also, some of the best gun sounds in a movie, period.
Not anymore.
Hey, cutest, are you? Solid heist movie and some of the best gun sounds in a video game. Or in a video game. In a movie. Some of the best gun sounds in a movie, just period. Also, yes, a ridiculous number of... like, every single famous actor from the 90s is in that movie except for Nicolas Cage. Although, you know, you could have taken the long hair guy, the who I can never remember the name of, who, like, fucks them all over. That guy could have been Nicolas Cage. Could have been. In fact, could someone make a face swap of the movie where he's just Nicolas Cage? Because I'd watch that. Could someone do, like, a deep fake face swap and just swap him out for Nick Cage? Then it would go from just being one of the best heist movies of all time to just the greatest movie ever made, period. Such a fucking good movie. Such a ridiculous good movie. Making soup at 1 a.m.? What kind of soup? You like it? It feels like it could be a happy ending, and then it just keeps going. Each time you think it's going to be a happy ending, it goes for another 15 minutes, and you're like, ah, fuck. And then it recovers again, and you're like, yes, it's going to go. Ah, fuck. It's literally, ah, fuck, the movie. But also, it kind of is a happy ending, just not for the character you expect it to be a happy ending for, you know? I don't really want to spoil Heat, even though Heat's, like, not a new movie. Bellinair, thanks for the raid. We've had a wild day again over here. Mangro, is that his name? I'm terrible at, like, actors' names outside of the really, really big names. We're talking about heist movies. How was Farming Sim? Did it operate correctly? Did you plow many a field? Also, it's a horrible, clunky mess? Ugh. Okay, so does that mean wait or play it? Henry Rollins is in it. Everybody's in Heat, dude. Literally. That's a sentence I shouldn't say. Yay, Dwarf's no longer depressed. Experience it? All right. So this has nothing to do with anything. But, Bellinair, when Forge Mode launches for Halo Infinite, which comes out at the same time as the campaign, I think. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. I'm going to probably stream some fun Forge Mode games if you want to join. Forge Mode is just the map editor and, like, level creator for Halo. So, you know, because yesterday Bellinair experienced Halo for the first time. Halo multiplayer for the first time. He's never played Halo multiplayer before. Or Halo before. And I made him install it. It's free to play on Steam, or Halo Infinite is free to play on Steam, but the campaign's not out yet. It's just the multiplayer. But there's no Forge Mode yet, because it's technically the beta still, but it's beta until the campaign launches. Anyway, I made Bellinair experience that for the first time. Now imagine those driving physics, but also, like, you're just playing bowling. Because that's Forge Mode. Or, like, it's a weird track that you have to balance the Warthog on, and there's a guy at the end of the track with a rocket launcher just blowing you up on the way down. Also, because Bellinair was so kind to rate us, my mayor just had a child. I don't think you've had a dwarf in this fort before. Your older sister is named Dun Caribou. Your mom and dad are Yushrir and Dorin. And Belaner is the son of Yushir and Doran, and he is a worshipper of Onal and a casual worshipper of Ashen. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed, and he says, Babaga, which checks out. Lentil soup? Ooh. He has small lobed ears, which are very flattened. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed. His very long hair is neatly combed. His head is somewhat short, and his hair is a crew. His skin is sandy taupe, and his eyes are cobalt. Fog, I need to talk about Halo for a second to Fog, because I know Fog plays Halo. They put a grappling hook in it. I grappled up to a Banshee, jacked the Banshee, flew down towards a Warthog, got shot down by a Warthog. While the Banshee was exploding, jumped out of the Banshee, landed on the gun of the Warthog, jacked the gun of the Warthog, shot the co-driver as he jumped out to try and shoot me, and then the Warthog driver drove me off a cliff, and I wasn't even angry. Totally acceptable. They put the Just Cause grappling hook into Halo, dude. Anyway, I'm just downloading it right now. Yeah, I know. Exactly. Anyway, he personally sees lying as an important means to an end and does not respect the law and values good craftsmanship and dreams of raising a family. He likes tetrahedrite steel and dendritic agate and giant chinchilla leather. The color moss green, gems and armor stands and figurines and crutches and ducks for their quacks. Giant elk for their grace, and the words of the number of glistening, and when possible prefers to consume capuchin and cuttlefish and cassava beer. We are not going to get either of those. Aside from the beer. And absolutely hates toads. Cleaves to an austere lifestyle, disdating even minor immodesties in appearance. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding and does not trust others. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and tends to be swayed by by emotional appeals. Tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a calm demeanor. He isn't particularly ambitious and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He often feels lustful, and he has an active sense of humor. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and doesn't handle stress well. He has a greedy streak, and he often acts with compassion. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the fort, Billionaire. Admittedly, the grappling hook is a pickup. It's an in-map pickup, but it's about as easy to get as the gravity hammer. So, like, you know, once every 4 or 5 lives, you'll just suddenly have a grappling hook, and you're like, all right, time to just swing around for a bit. It's always a fucking riot. But I hope it's good lentil soup. I might need to make some lentil soup. I got a bunch of lentils. I do something with them. Chat, I have an important question. Should I go see Dragon Force? How much is this fucking show? What venue are they playing? Should I go see Dragon Force? March. I think I'm seeing another show that day. Also, apparently the Offspring are playing here? At some point that would be mental? I don't even know if there's custom games in it yet. How much are these tickets? I could go see the Offspring for 55 bucks. I might do that. You want to go to a show? I went to 2 this past weekend. Which one? There's so many of them. What, Neighbors? If you want good shows, move to Vancouver, Canada. That's where I'm at. I went to, I've been to 5 since October. Yes, 5. 5 shows since October. But then again, it's literally the only thing I do for fun. Is go to shows. Because here we have, like, so far this year, I've seen, actually, no, 4 shows. I've seen, because one of them got canceled. I've seen Unleash the Archers. I've seen The Real Mackenzies. I've seen Ginger and Suicide Silence. And I've seen Drug Church and Citizen. Next show is next year, though. I could go to one this weekend, this coming weekend, but I don't really care about that band, so not going to. What kind of music? If I can ask. There we go. Dwarves are finally getting rid of that body. Why are you moving so slowly? Alright, what the fuck happened to the frame rate? Frame rate went bye-bye. For some reason. It'll probably sort its shit out after a second. Actually, I think I know what's causing it. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'm trying to think, like, what's... I mean, Drug Church is pretty punk. That's the show that I just saw. Here, let me just... I will read the list of shows that I have tickets for one specific venue. For one specific venue. Actually, I might go see Swallow the Sun in December. I might go to that. All right, so starting next year, I'm going to be seeing Wolves in the Throne Room, Lebanon Hangover, Boy Harsher, which is apparently sold out now. Interesting. A Place to Bury Strangers, Dark Tranquility, Static X, Fear Factory, Dope, and Society 1, and Raven Black. That's going to be a set. I'm going to go see Igor. I'm going to see Obscura, Death Haven. This is all the way up to March now, though. I don't want to see Enter Shikari, but a friend of mine might convince me to go to that. I'm going to be seeing Cancer Bats in April. I might go see Turnstile in April. Might. Probably going to go see Homeshake in May. Although I haven't bought tickets for any of these later ones. That's just one venue. There's 2 other venues that I go to. Other shows that I have tickets for at different venues off the top of my head. Some of my friends, one of my friends buys, me and my friend, we take turns buying tickets. So we buy 2 and then he buys 2 and then I buy 2 and then he buys 2 and then I buy 2. So I lose track of what I actually have tickets for. But I'm going to Holy Fuck. Probably going to see King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. But that's not for a while. That's later next year. Psychedelic Porn Crumpets I have tickets for. But like I pre-buy all of these and I get into cheaper tickets because of it. No, we just have some specific venues that have culture. Like we have this venue. And that one basically brings in all of the music. But outside of that venue, we also have 2 or 3 others that are a little bit bigger, that are also big enough that it's worth it for small bands to go to, but also small enough at the same time that they don't sell out. And almost pre-ordering when their latest album dropped. What, Deleters? I own 2 copies of that on vinyl. The rickshaw's a fucking nightmare, but it's also an incredibly awesome fucking nightmare. The reason it's a nightmare is because during normal times when there's a mosh pit, it's an old movie theater with the seats removed, right? The mosh pit's on an angle like that and it's concrete. You want to fucking die? Go into that mosh pit. You'll come out in pieces. My knee still hurts from smacking into the barrier at the bottom in places. That was years ago. Hey, Brander, how are you?
Crippler Crypt Bear.
I mean, I'll just say. I mean, I've been in that pit many, many, many times, so it wouldn't be the first time. I don't know why the frame rate suddenly went kaput in this fort. I get to spend the next 20 minutes trying to figure out where the frame rate went. Waiting for Holy Fuck to visit Russia? I mean, when it comes to weird electronic bands that I like, Boy Harsher visits Russia all the time. In fact, they're way bigger in Russia than they are in North America. Way bigger. Okay, now the frame rate's coming back a bit. What the hell happened? Hold on a second. Where are my cats? I don't have any cats. Where? Nope, it wasn't that. Nope, it's not you. Then what is... I'm gonna check dwarves that don't have a job. It's always the unemployed dwarves that immediately become suspect. It's gotta be these guys, isn't it? Gotta be what it is. You're not into Boy Harsher? I don't know. They're popular in Russia. I don't know about Holy Fuck. You ever listen to Lebanon Hangover? Because they travel over there pretty frequently too. But they're not really electronic. They're more like Joy Division. Oh, also, I might go see All Them Witches. I haven't decided if I want to pay enough to go see All Them Witches, though. Their Commodore Ballroom, how much is that? Actually, I might go see All Them Witches. $30. Might go see All Them Witches. The problem is I do not like the venue that they're playing. Because you're not allowed to leave. And as somebody who likes being green at shows, kind of sucks. Yeah, I don't know where the frame rate went. There's got to be an animal that's stuck somewhere. Almost always the case. Maybe it's the barn owl. Nope. Can't be the barn owl. How about this? Let's do this. Let's just let them all move up to the upper layer and we'll see who's stuck, because something has to be stuck. Although, for whatever it's worth, cutest, I've been waiting for Holy Fuck to visit Canada, the country that they're from, for a long time. So, you know. Also, they're not actually playing a venue. It's kind of strange. They're playing a music production studio. So it's like in a production studio, which is different. But so I'm not sure how that's gonna go. But, you know, I mean, the audio quality will probably be phenomenal. I don't really know what to expect from that. How many tickets are they selling? Good fucking question. I don't know. Tickets are $18. They were really cheap. They don't generally tell you how many. Let me look up the name of the venue. They don't have a website. No, they do. Found. From what I can tell, 150 people. Tops. Which isn't that small. They seem to have a lot of hip-hop acts at this place, which kind of checks out, actually. I do think it's hilarious that Holy Fuck doesn't tour as Holy Fuck. They tour as Holy F, because that's all that they can get away with. Genuinely hilarious to me. All right. What is stuck? Do not know. I doubt it. I doubt it. About people stampedes at venues? What do you mean about people stampedes at venues? If it's only like 20 people, good luck affording something that's only like 20 people. Because that's difficult. What? It's like a challenge sometimes to dissect what exactly is going on with their frame rate. They're like horses with swords equipped. Island life. But I guess the question that you actually need to ask is anything good for anything in DF? Everything in Dwarf Fortress is equally useless. Ah, well, I mean, they're basically just fancy horses. If like, because they're not war tameable. Like you can make them available as pets. I use them as livestock. I butcher them, make their leather into clothing and such. I don't even know if they're milkable. I never tried. I mean, see, generally I go to shows that don't have people that kill each other at them. I got trampled at Papa Roach when I saw them during Last Resort. Which is kind of fitting, actually. Like, if you're going to pick a show to get trampled at, but ironically, I came out with just a couple bruises on my legs. It was fine. I've been hurt worse at shows where I didn't get trampled. The worst injury I ever got was at the second to last show I went to before the pandemic, which was Ailstorm. And I crowd surfed and I came down on the barrier and my knee hit the barrier. And it still hurts this day. So, you know, that's the worst injury I've ever gotten. Yeah, like I came down. So like this was my knee, right? So like imagine this is my knee, right? So your leg bends like this. I hit the barrier right there on the side. So if those are my legs, I went thunk onto the barrier like that and then fell down this way. I didn't hit my head or anything, which was good, but fucking hurt. How was the crowd surfing? The crowd surfing was great. I mean, it was Ailstorm. I surfed a lot at that show. That wasn't even the last time I surfed either. That was while they were playing Fucked with an Anchor, too. Fuck you with a fucking anchor. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened to the frame rate. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I have no idea what happened. Although it might have something to do with like the 150 humans in the basement. So maybe maybe one of the humans is stuck somewhere. Which means good luck actually figuring out where. No, but I did get fucked with the barrier. Or I got fucked up by the barrier. Not with an anchor, though. A lot of trees. I don't see any humans up in the trees. That feeling of trying to diagnose what the fuck happened to the frame rate. Like, Dwarf Fortress almost always runs just fine, and then occasionally just decides to not. Yeah, I don't know. Yes. Mark. But I didn't hit the barrier anchor, I just hit the barrier. Bam, bam. Bam 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 bum 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 bum. You're all cunts and fuck you all. Ailstorm's pretty great. Allegedly. If the barrier is our placebo for an anchor and my knee got fucked, then yes, I got fucked by an anchor. while at an Hailstorm show. Also, Hailstorm is great. Also, Fog, are you still lurking? As if you are, could you check something for me in Halo? Because I just haven't even thought to look. Once you download it. Or if anybody who has Halo downloaded, could you check something for me? I want to know if you can do custom matches with only friends, because I haven't actually looked. I know that the playlist settings aren't very open yet. Hey, Spooky, what's up? How's thing? How goes the long watch of Longdeath? At some point, you're going to run into this episode and be like, oh my god, it's me! 26% download so far? Gotcha. 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 So soon? Yeah, I understand. On episode 23? Gotcha. Hell yeah. Slowly trucking their way through. Ah! But regardless, hello back. It's been another crazy day. That's been absolutely fucking mad. About training dwarves to swim in alcohol? That's... alcohol evaporates too quickly and there's no way to empty it. So, not possible. As far as with water, you just need to halfway submerge them in water and have a very controlled flow and then make them train in it. You can absolutely teach dwarves to swim in water, not in alcohol though. Same with blood. Blood also evaporates too quickly. Here's the frame rate's gonna fix itself when the humans leave. So that'll answer my question. Already gotten better though. What the hell happened? Dream of bus torture, swim, dwarf, swim. I don't know how you would stack up pus, because, like, dwarves clean pus off of themselves, and it falls on a random tile around them, and then another dwarf comes along to clean it up. And you can theoretically have dwarves accidentally drop the pus off of themselves when they're cleaning it off of themselves into the well. So sometimes you end up with a bucket full of pus instead of a bucket full of water when they lift the bucket out of the well. However... I don't know. There isn't really a way to, like, force them to clean themselves in one spot and also have the pus land in the same place. I don't know if you could actually do that. Chat, can I get a... well, or rather, not get a... if you didn't know, investments are open. Well, dwarves drink it or clean themselves in it, and then they get very upset because they were forced to drink pus. Or they... cover themselves in it thinking it's water, realize it's pus, and then they clean that off. So they just have 2 showers instead of 1. One is just a pussy, thick substance, and then the second one is water. Dwarf Fortress, it's disgusting sometimes. Truly. Truly disgusting. Glad I could be of service and helping you gag. Hey, some people are into that. Okay, now that one makes me gag, Island Life. I don't think you have that many, Mark. Unless you've quietly high-rollered. I think Cutest does, but I don't think you do. Ugh. You have no clue? Yep, then you definitely don't. Exclamation point tickets to see how many you have. There you go. Yeah, because when traders show up, although butterfly ichor is funny, but when traders show up, Hex, there is a chance, or they have barrels with liquid in them, and they just populate it with random liquids. So there is a chance that they could populate it with a liquid such as mosquito ichor, or gremlin tears, which is a famous one. Is that all, Mark? Man, it feels like it's been at least 17. I mean, in a world where I got a few hours in this stream. I mean, I work here, so it's hard for there to be a stream without me being here. Since 2015, which is when I made this bot. And actually, it's higher than that. It's closer. According to my Twitch stats, it's about 17,000. But Twitch stats only go back until 2014, and that's not when I started streaming. Holy butts, Cutest. Damn. That's a lot of tickets for you. You win so rigged? I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know about rigged. Is that like your cabbages, X-Wrench? My investment. My cabbages! Your oranges? No, oranges right there. It's only the third time in a row that you win. This is true. And it's only a, like, 49% chance that you'll win, so. In the Avatar remake, I wish that they would stop making Avatar stuff, because Avatar The Last Airbender is one of the greatest TV shows of all time, and everything they've done since about Avatar has been absolute dog shit. Sequel series was bad. The movie was bad. Blech. The video game was bad. Although, yeah, no, the video game was bad. Nah, it's really not. As somebody who loved every minute, there was indeed a movie. Orange, don't at me. As somebody who loved The Last Airbender with all of my heart, The Legend of Korra was pathetic as an attempt to make a movie out of that. franchise or a sequel series to that franchise. It's a pathetic attempt. Absolutely pathetic. There's a few fun Flash games. Fuck that. No, Flash games are fake games. We all know that. Come on. I'm kind of joking, but I never played any Flash games, so I don't have any opinions on them, being honest. My problem with Legend of Korra is the exact same problem I had with shows like Umbrella Academy, which is I just simply hated every single character in that show. And it's like, when I literally dislike every single character in the show, how can I possibly like the show? You made a show about horrible people that have no redeeming, interesting qualities. Congratulations. The only entertaining character in the entire show is somebody's pet. It's like, great. The cute animal's the only watchable show. Part of the show. I mean, I played the hell out of quite a few Flash games when I was a little kid, but just not that particular one. I mean, fair. Island Life. Another thing full of insufferable people that I have no desire to watch. Like, you need to have characters with some redeeming qualities or some form of interest in order for it to be a decent show. How is Arch doing in prison? Seems to like it. Under justification, store items in barrels, meditate on death. It still doesn't make the show fun to watch. I don't know. I really disliked that show. I very much like I actually no, I didn't dislike it. I despised that show. I hated it. Enjoy the VODverse. Travel safely. Comic is mediocre at best. Yeah, I don't know. It's like things that end are better than things that just keep getting remade indefinitely. Top 3 best shows? What genre? Isn't Hellboy supposed to be edgy? Sorry, what? Any? Here's the thing, and this is the answer I will give you for everything whenever people are like top 3 best, whatever the fuck. That's an impossible question to answer because it depends on mood. Am I depressed? Am I happy? Am I bored? Am I stoned? Am I drunk? Did I sleep well? Have I been sleeping well? What games have I been playing? I don't know. Are you? Island Life? I can't answer that question for you. In my current mood? Couldn't fucking tell you because I haven't watched any shows in a while. I'm not the sort of person to give you top 3 anything. Couldn't tell you. Really? I don't know. I read a Hellboy comic when I was like 12, so. I think that was a mood that Island Life was describing. Orange. It's okay. We forgive you for your Wagyu. I mean, if you're trying to get laid, then you go. That's why you watch shows like The Umbrella Academy. That's legit the only reason I watched the first season of that show, because my ex loved it. God, that show is fucking insufferable. Absolutely goddamn horrendous. It's like every single member of My Chemical Romance decided to be in a show. And it's awful, just like that band. You watched Tiger King to get laid? I watched Tiger King because it was entertaining. I need to finish that second season. You see, Supernatural isn't worth getting laid. That's the thing about Supernatural. Even if you're with somebody who likes that show, still not worth watching. Doesn't matter who you're with. Not worth watching. Absolutely not Island Life. It can never work. Supernatural is a horrible show. Although I will say probably the best movie, or the best recent movie I've seen in years is Knives Out. Fucking great movie. I am not a comic book person at all, Twitch Up, so I have no idea what you're talking about. I feel that way about Homestuck, to be honest with you, Orange. Everyone that knows you assumes you read comics. When the first Iron Man movie came out, everybody asked you what the comic was. That's strange. I've read some comics. I've read a handful of Hellboy issues. I've read a handful of Spider-Man issues, a couple of Superman things. I read Watchmen. I read Bone. In fact, I think I still own the Bone omnibus somewhere. I think it's in my storage box over in the corner. Like I've seen a handful of, or I've read a handful of comics, but I don't know. They always felt kind of contrived to me. Never really got heavily into them. I've never seen the show and I've never seen the movie. I've only read the comic. And you know what? I think I'm good. I don't think I need to watch any adaptations of a story that's already good. Because Watchmen was pretty good. Wait. Hold up. They made a new Ghostbusters? Another one? That's out? Really? Weird. I had no idea. Being completely honest with you, I've never seen an ad. Never even. Maybe like the Google and internet algorithms have heard me talking so much shit about the previous few that they're like, don't even waste your advertising dollars on this guy. They've just like given up trying to convert me. Fair enough. Twitch ups. Yeah, no, I have knowledge of the character Hellboy, and I've read one omnibus of like the first set of Hellboy, and that's about it. I know very little about it, but it looks awkward. Huh? Bizarre. I find that super perplexing. Wait, why did they put the Stranger Things kids in that? Speaking of shows that got fucking old really quickly, can I just say, the first season of Stranger Things, one of the best monster movie shows we've had in a very long time. Season 2 was kind of blech. Season 3 was kind of blech. Blech. Stranger Things 1 was brilliant because they used practical effects, and then they went to CGI, and they're like, we have more money, let's do CGI. And it's like, well, now it looks way worse. What? Go back, please. The fuck? Like, story-wise and plot-wise, like, it's an entertaining show throughout, but my God, the quality dropped the literal second they got rid of the practical effects. Like, they're like, the characters are redeeming and interesting throughout the show, but, like, the quality of it just goes the second they got rid of the how's the League of Legends Arcane? Couldn't give a shit. Never will give a shit. Never will watch. Don't care. In regards to a League of Legends TV show. Everybody's like, fuck League of Legends, worst community in the world. Hey, that TV show's pretty good. Well, if you believe fuck League of Legends is the worst community in the world, don't support them and their media. Fuck. It's that simple. Which is how I feel. No interest in watching it. Absolutely no interest. Season 1 was more than enough for you? I agree, but my ex wanted to watch the rest of it. So, as we were talking about earlier, am I trying to get laid? if you're trying to like keep your partner happy, you make sacrifices, such as watching bad TV shows. Didn't work anyway because she moved out. So. What for Stranger Things Twitch ups? Let me just say this. I never said it was a perfect show. I said it was entertaining and well done and phenomenal in ways. Like, the visual design was impeccable. The music and sound direction was awesome. The casting was great. The acting was fantastic. The monster design was phenomenal. Like, the scene when the thing's in the wall and it starts pushing through is just fucking great. The thing with the lights and all that was also fucking great. Like, yeah, it had plot holes, but fucking, who cares? Who cares? I liked the first 3 episodes of the first season of Altered Carbon. And then the last 2 episodes of the first season of Altered Carbon. The part in the middle of Altered Carbon, and then season 2, so everything about season 2 of Altered Carbon is absolutely fucking horrendously terrible. That's my opinion of season 2 of Altered Carbon. Except for Poe, because he's an entertaining character. Although, one thing I do have to say about season 2 of Altered Carbon, which is hilarious to me, is the entirety of season 2 of Altered Carbon is filmed in my city center. That big, like, curvy building with the weird-shaped windows that they blow up at the end that they use as, like, their, like, spaceport or whatever the fuck is my local public library. The building that they have all the offices in is a building that's, like, walking distance from me. Like, they didn't even dress it up. All of that shit is just those buildings. I know where all those buildings are. I know where those rooms in those buildings are. I've been in all those buildings. A friend of mine lives in one of those buildings, or lived in one of I don't think he lives there anymore. A person I know used to live in one of those buildings. They didn't even dress him up. I remember when they were filming that shit. So, like, it's not in a cyberpunk world. It's just in downtown. So, season 2 of Altered Carbon, absolute dog shit. First season was cool visual design. Season 2, absolute dog shit. Fucking absolute fucking dog shit. They shouldn't have made it. They should have canceled the fucking show. What, for Altered Carbon, Cyberlak? I believe it. I'm looking forward to the last season of The Expanse, though. Hey, the frame rate came back. Magical. The Expanse is a series I like. We'll see if it sticks the landing, though. You've been on a decline with The Expanse? I could see that. It's just kind of like my cheesy hard sci-fi show, and I enjoy it for that. I don't take it too seriously. Not a perfect show, but I like it. Close to filming. I'm a little bit worried about The Matrix 4 for that reason. Orange. Because it was almost entirely filmed in downtown Vancouver, which is going to be interesting. Yeah, I haven't read the book for The Expanse, so I don't know. I'm trying to think, what other series have I watched recently? Black Mirror is fine, although that last season was kind of weak. Just opening up Netflix now, and I'll rattle off shows that I've seen that I liked. Ozark was good. If they ever make another season.
I can't say it's terrorism.
Netflix, you're supposed to be muted. Shush. No interest in Squid Game. No interest in Narcos. I need to rewatch Parasite because that's on Netflix now. Star Trek's good, obviously. Don't Fuck with Cats was fun. I like all their true crime stuff. The true crime stuff is generally pretty good. Tiger King was fine. Social Dilemma is a good movie. Queen's Gambit was good. I liked that. I watched the first season of House of Cards and fell off after that. Most of their true crime stuff was good. So I'm not going to read off all the true crime stuff, but I've seen most of their true crime stuff that they put out. I like their Unsolved Mysteries series that they put out. Dirty Money is good. Rust Valley Restorers is terrible, but I watch it. Dope is a good show. I rewatched Breaking Bad recently and Better Call Saul. Breaking Bad is still good, and Better Call Saul was good. La 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 la. You is fine. The TV show. It's just good, schlocky, entertaining bullshit. Need to finish season 2 of Tiger King. But like, you know what I've been watching recently? This is real good, like, background noise stuff. It's technically a podcast, but this YouTube show. They're like 2 to 3 hour podcasts, but they're like not just podcasts because they're fully directed films, basically. The first few are just podcasts, but around this point, they start having like fully accompanied like documentary style footage in the background. Some of it is like just footage that they license, and some of it they film themselves. This shit is so fucking good. It's so fucking good. You could just listen to it as a podcast, but you can also like watch it. The whole this was the first one that I saw, and I've been kind of going through and binging these, but like they're so fucking good. That's something that I've been watching a bunch of. It's very good. Like very, very good. Shout out to Super Bunny Hop and the Dad and Sons podcast for pointing me at that. Also, autumn has come. No problem, Dragonman. Humans have arrived. On Rust movies? I don't know what Rust movies is. Oh, you mean like the game Rust? Because then I think I know what you're talking about. You know, chat, I'm kind of thinking about just ending stream early and then just playing Halo in Discord with you guys. Does anybody just want to play some Halo? You have a good night, cutest. Yeah, no, I know what the what Rust like machinima's like. I've seen it, or rather like storytelling in Rust. That shit's pretty entertaining from the bits and pieces that I've seen. You're thinking of playing Caves of Cud? How the fuck did Hazazag get a troglodyte dungeon keeper? The problem is like I'll like want to play with everybody and then realize I just want to play with like 1 or 2 people. I'm good. I've got enough content to watch. It's funny because like people always are just like, here, I'm going to recommend all these shows for you to watch. I'm like, I've got a backlog of shows I'd like to watch and way too much stuff to watch, so I never need recommendations. And I generally, if I haven't already seen something, I'm probably not particularly interested in watching it. Science? I see. Hey, cooler.
Thanks to AdAnimal104 for my sub gift.
Hell yeah.
One, yeah.
Cooler, do you have more emotes yet? I think people like Crypt Zoom. That's good. Cooler One Wave? Oh my god. You got Cooler One Wave, yay, and Cooler One Wave now? Cool. I don't know about you guys, chat, but I'm kind of hoping that after the Steam version comes out, we can like crowdfund and commission a whole tile set for the Steam version from Cooler, based on my emotes. I'm just thinking that that'd be rad. Although it'd also be a absolute buttload of work. Something that we got to do. How much to commission a tile set? A whole tile? Dude, it's gonna be thousands of sprites. Oh, really? Ooh. Cooler. I mean, Cooler One Wizard works pretty well with your current hat, too. It's almost like you drew both of them. Cooler does my art, by the way. Hey, Clino. Clino, you don't happen to know how many sprites approximately are going to be in the Steam version, do you? You probably don't. I should have asked Tarn that. Damn it. I want to know what the sprite count is currently. Guys, the Reddit mods are here. Hide the memes. How's things, Clino? You kind of need ROM. Dude, I'm just like pretending that Reddit doesn't exist today. It's making my life a lot better, I'm not gonna lie. Has moderating the Discord been difficult? Or not the Discord, the subreddit been difficult? Or have things been alright? Since yesterday. I know because my... Actually, hold on. I'm gonna DM you a thing. It's a sad day, yeah. Island life, but it is what it is. It's probably for the best in the long run. Nil Kongs Dumat, the liaison from Mountain Homes, says, let's discuss your situation. I would like cheese, please. How's the fort? Fort's pretty good. Although I got another thing to DM you. We finalized the import agreements. And let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft store ship. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Of course. But yeah, Fort stuff's pretty good. The frame rate vanished a minute ago, and I'm not sure why, but it seems to have come back now. I think it was caused partially by the humans. How's the, okay, we're free, so the spring clothing. And of course, everything else that we need. Don't really need toad blood. A lot of random birds and shit in cages. I'm not actually sure where all these came from. But yeah, no, Fort's gone pretty good, and generally today has been pretty eventful. Chat's been very generous, as apparently usual now. I'm not sure how I feel about that, to be completely honest, but it's been a fun day. It's been a fun day. Although I'm looking forward to hearing who ends up replacing Meph. How did you do that, Haz? Please teach me your secrets. How the fuck did you get troglodyte tavern keepers? Like, actually. How did you get troglodyte citizens? Of spending experimentation with those silly beans, you have concluded that you have no idea how it keeps happening? Are they just showing up as citizens? Did you just generate a super fucking weird world? Like... Yeah, but okay, how did you get them as members of the fort in the first place? Because to get them as members of the fort, they have to petition to join. So how in the world did you do that? That's the part that I don't understand, is how did you do that in the first place? We might get another old name, you'll see. More vetting this time, I hope. Looking forward to it. I'm not going to start guessing Island Life. I don't think that's wise. Because there'd be a lot of good fits on the forums, but I'm just sitting here, like, waiting, looking, eagerly anticipating the day that I get to learn how many sprites are in the game and then put up a tip goal to fund a full tile set in the theme of my emotes from Cooler. That's what I'm looking forward to. And Cooler's just sweating, going, oh my god. No. Looking forward to it, though. Should be fun. What about 7-Up? See, I'm more of a like independent brewed cola kind of person. There's actually a thing called Sparkmouth, which is made by a local-ish beer brewery and soda works. It's this really good like white soda, kind of along the lines of like a Sprite or a 7-Up, but more spicy. Good. Cane sugar. Is that a thing? I don't know. I never know what to call like locally brewed cola. You simply don't know anything. He says that, but he definitely knows things. But you know, don't harass people for information that they definitely have. He's bad at keeping secrets. That's not true. What are you carrying? Dwarf? Oh, it's a hemp scroll. You get that? I think that the humans brought us a scroll. I wonder if they're learning to write books. Maybe me selling them quires was finally rubbing off on them. Only as pets. Oh, really? So wait, hold on a second. Do you have a faction that is like tamed troglodytes somehow? Because that's kind of whack. Your troglodyte scholar died? Oh no! Of what? Brutal stabbing? Painful beating? Full frontal blow to the face? Natural causes? Dehydration. Oh no. Well, that's not good. You know, it's really funny that there are so many people who seem to think that everybody in the world is pissed off that YouTube is removing dislikes. I'm ecstatic about the change, and I will maintain that I'm ecstatic about the change. And so many people are like, oh, it's only to help corporations. It doesn't really do anything to help corporations, actually. Like, it really, really doesn't. I'm so fucking perplexed by how mad people are about that change. It's the first change that YouTube has made that I'm happy about in a very long time. And I will maintain that I am very perplexed by it for a while, I think. By people's, like, visceral anger of a pretty good decision that they've made. Yeah, I don't watch ads on YouTube. So, not a concern for me. I don't know about that, Orange, but... It was a useful reality check? Not really. There's plenty of absolutely dogshit videos that have incredibly high like to dislike ratios. If you're not smart enough to figure out something is bullshit without looking at a rating, then you shouldn't be watching it in the first place. Yeah, also, that content, when you look at it for about 10 seconds, you realize that it's bullshit. Like, if you have basic fucking brain functionality, you can figure out that it's bullshit. People would have hated the Sonic trailer for the original Sonic variation, regardless of whether or not likes and dislikes were available. Everybody's like, these are all these reasons, and I'm like, literally none of those reasons are particularly relevant. Use your fucking brain and check sources. It's not that ridiculous. But from the point of view of somebody who makes content on YouTube, it's literally the best change they've ever done. It's the best change since removing the 5-star ratings, which, by the way, people were pissed when those left the first time. People were so mad when they got rid of the star rating system. They're like, ah, these likes and dislikes are useless, blah. People were pissed then. I'll be pissed now. But I mean, if you're watching tutorials, then generally you'd be able to deduce what a crappy... Like, I watch plenty of, like, Premiere tutorials and whatnot on YouTube, right? I can deduce a crappy tutorial pretty quickly from a decent one. Just by watching it. Because I use my brain. To dislike Justin Bieber videos? So, what you just stated, Orange, is the only good use for the dislike button is to harass people you don't like. Which is why I'm happy it's going away. No engagement is better for ignoring a video you don't like than engagement. So if you don't like a video, or if a video is bad, the best thing that you can do is stop watching it. Because if you leave a dislike, that helps the algorithm. If you leave a dislike, that is helping the video that you don't like. So all it's actually doing is hurting the person or company that uploaded it without actually doing any damage. It's doing mental damage instead of actual damage. Actual damage is not watching the video in the first place. But once you've already watched the video, you've already fucked up. Yeah, absolutely, Twitch ups. I know that you were saying that ironically, but I'm trying to make a point with what you said ironically. Because there's a lot of people who would say that unironically. Right? It's just like the people who say, oh, the only like actual use for the dislike button on YouTube is to go dislike Jacksepticeye videos. This hurts channels that get over 99% likes because I usually give them a chance. Let me tell you this. Instagram disabled likes a while ago. And it didn't change anybody's statistics. Nobody even fucking noticed. They tested it. Didn't change anything. Absolutely nothing. The only thing that improved was the mental health of creators. Quite literally. People want YouTube to support creators. This is the first thing that they've done that creators have been asking for. Literally. It's the first thing that we have been asking for that they've done. It's genuinely the first thing. Well, no, it won't, because if you upload a Justin Bieber song, Justin Bieber will claim it, take it down, and block it in all countries. Right? So, no, it won't, actually, Twitch ups, because we live in an age of DMCA takedowns and content ID. So, no. that's not going to happen. Try uploading popular music from somebody. Even, like, editing it, it'll still get taken down or claimed at the very least. That's just a waste of everybody's time. So, I don't know. I'm just getting comments about how people are mad that they can't dislike my videos. And it's like, well, congratulations. You're helping me more than you would have if you disliked it by commenting. And it's like, it's just kind of sad to me. Why not make it optional to remove the dislikes? Because you're competing with people. So here's the thing, right? It is absolutely possible for a channel to just remove likes and dislikes. You can do that. That feature's been in YouTube for a while. And I've done it for a few videos. I've removed the like and dislike ratio. Whenever I upload a non-gaming video to YouTube about depression or something, I will block the like and dislike ratio. I just completely remove it. However, if you do that right now, because that's the only option to compete with the algorithm and because we're all competing with the algorithm, if you remove likes and dislikes from your video, it gets way less interactions by default, immediately, significantly less. Which means you're still competing with everybody else who has that. So you're removing a tool for engagement. But YouTube removing it for everybody puts everybody on a even playing field. Like I said to somebody in YouTube comments the other day, it's the difference between public feedback and silent feedback. If you don't like a video, don't watch it. What do you mean by boost it artificially? You mean like falsify numbers? You mean like to ask people for likes or some shit? I mean, not exactly playing fair now, is it? What? You mean like buy a bot that likes it? That's fucking stupid. For one thing, I'm pretty sure that would get you removed. Yes, the algorithm takes into account that you removed it, thus removing that possible statistic to help you. If you're watching a video and you're like, man, this sucks, close the video, because the only thing that actually matters at this point, now that they're removing dislikes, is retention. It's the only thing that matters. It's retention and comments. So if you watched a video for 30 seconds and you're like, this is bullshit, close it. That hurts their retention. Stop watching it. It's literally the best thing you can do is move on to the next video. While I agree with you, in reality, big corporations really don't give a shit if you dislike their video. They really don't. Of course, they'd rather have an overwhelmingly positive response, but don't watch fucking Coca-Cola branded videos on YouTube. Just don't watch them. Don't watch fucking Doritos videos. Don't watch Amazon's videos. YouTube also has things that make it pretty obvious if something is uploaded by a specific government, for example. It's right next to the video. You can see it right before you click on it, that it's uploaded by the Chinese Communist Party, for example. Like, you can see that. So just use the information that they give you and be smart about what you watch. If you don't like something, stop watching it, because the only thing that really matters at the end of the day, aside from engagement, which is commenting and liking, and previously disliking, is retention. If you're watching something and you don't like it, stop watching it. That is the best thing that you can do if you want to hurt them. Just stop watching it. Don't talk about it, stop watching it, and tune out. All that happens right now is somebody watches something and they go, man, this is terrible. And then they share it after disliking it. That just helps it. All press is good press. And then channels around my size can get bandwagoned on and destroyed. As a creator, this is literally the best thing they've ever done. And I realize that it is removing a tool, but as a creator, it is literally the best thing they've ever done. And I will stand by that opinion until people forget that it even existed. Because they will. Give it 2 years. They'll forget. And they won't care anymore. Just like the 5-star ratings on YouTube. Remember when YouTube had 5 stars? Rate it 5 stars. Not 3, not 2, 5. I'm over here just digging graves. You forgot because it was a terrible time? Mm-hmm. Same with dislikes. Same with dislikes. The reason I'm rambling about this is I'm just so fucking tired of people complaining about it in my comments on YouTube. Like, I'm genuinely fucking exhausted about it. It's just tired of seeing it. Tired of seeing it. Can't wait for it to go away. It'll be good when it does. In happier news, starting the 1st of December, I'm going to be streaming 24 days in a row. And also, starting tomorrow, Hot Potato 2020 begins. 2021 begins. What year is it? Hot Potato 2021 begins tomorrow, which is a charity event that a friend of mine hosts, one of my teammates, Silly. And I'm going to be helping with the background stuff. So if I seem distracted over the next few days, it's because of that. It's a RimWorld event. They share a save file, sort of like a legacy fort and dwarf fort. Last year they raised $60,000 for charity. This year they will hopefully... I'm going to just be a little cocky and say double that. I'm not playing in it this year, but like I said, I'm helping with some background behind-the-scenes stuff. So I've been DMing people today, and I got a spreadsheet open in the background with a list of names of people I got to DM every 4 hours. Yep. I'll be streaming 24 days in a row. Should be fun. Thanks for your 10 cents. Huzzah. Cheers, man. You have good sleeps. Please teach me your science. Why? So that I can, like, take Christmas Day, Boxing Day, and another day off and not feel bad about it? That's why. As soon as you uncover everything and write a thesis, no. Noted. Noted, noted, noted. What, so that I can take a couple days off? Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do a game poll for patrons this month, and you guys have been ludicrously kind to me, so I'm kind of what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I don't know, I'm going to figure something out. I want to have like a whole, there's a whole bunch of different roguelikes I want to play, and I kind of want to just get through a bunch of them throughout December. There's a bunch of stuff I want to do throughout December. I got ideas. I got ideas. There will be maybe not a schedule, but like a bunch of ideas sent over to you guys. Not on stream. Well, I have streamed it, but I don't really like streaming it. Island Life. Deadly December? No, December ain't deadly. Fortress mode is rather easy to stream for me. Because of the way adventure mode controls, specifically the way dialogue works in adventure mode, it's very difficult for me to explain to people who don't understand Dwarf Fortress why it's interesting. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is really, like, Fortress mode is really easy to explain to people why it's interesting. So I have high hopes for the UI rework. It's just slow and clunky. It's like, I don't know if you watch Krug Smash, but any of Krug Smash's videos where he talks about editing, he always complains about editing adventure mode videos. He, like, every adventure mode video he's ever done, he's like, man, I know you guys like these, but holy shit, they're a lot of work. Because, yeah, they're a lot of work. They are clunky. It's clunky. It's hard to communicate, and it's just not the best way to entertain people, really. Whereas something like Caves of Cud is really easy to explain. Yeah, no, it is fun to play, but I know this might come to a shock to you, but I'm an entertainer. And if I can't make something entertaining, then it's a waste of my time, right? And unfortunately, that's kind of where adventure mode is right now. Although we're gonna be doing another seasonal playthrough during Christmas. I don't know exactly when. Maybe like starting around the 14th, I think, of December. We'll do like a full week of a December themed fort. And you know, we can be Santa and give people gifts. By, you know, whatever that means. So just like the Dark Cosmos fort. Maybe this can be Clout Mountain, the Halloween fort. Clout Mountain. I mean, so do people. Last I checked. Island Life. Oh no. Actually, is there much more for me to read? Hold up. There's a little bit. Well, I can just scroll up. It's fine. Which succulent variation surprised the syrup? Echeversa flowers Pneumalaxiosis, whatever words, nonsense, longest chaos word ever. In Amsterdam, coffee shops, coffee they serve. Cups look jazzy. Stan Lee died with no supervillains injured. He loved inspiring capybaras to draw comics. Cars movie was great. Motorcycle driving upside down is hard, but really? I'm going to wait for awesome. There you go. You should have ended it with a period, but oh well. Yeah, I just reredded it. I guess one final thing I'll say about dislikes. You guys are 1000% entitled to disagree with me on that take that I have, and that opinion that I have on dislikes. I'm just kind of sad that more people don't agree with me. This is how it looks. All right. That's a pretty minor thing. I'm not sure how those ballista arrows got up here, but all right. It looks so imbalanced. I mean, I would say that their whole site has been due for a redesign for a bit now, but... Three, 4, 3, late autumn to winter. Yeah, I haven't seen what it looks like yet because I haven't turned the feature on over here yet. So, considering I still see the normal look of things. Nope. They never change everything everywhere all at once. They change it one region at a time, and it's usually a couple months apart. Canada's usually one of the last regions to get changes, so usually YouTube makes a change, and then everybody else bitches about it for 2 weeks, and I'm like, why is everyone so mad? And then they change it for me, and I'm like, oh. I can look. I could look for it if I actually cared, Mark. Enough for today. We'll see you later, Chubbs. Cheers. I mean, I'm going to be swapping off of DF pretty soon. That or ending. I haven't decided yet. Still trying to decide. I kind of, because I've been debating on streaming Farming Simulator all day today because my stream team is hosting a server for it. But I don't know, I kind of want to play the tutorials off stream first. Like, I kind of want to have some idea of what I'm doing because I haven't played Farming Simulator since Farming Simulator like 2012. It's been a long time since I last played one. So I'm assuming it's changed quite a bit. So I'm kind of thinking about playing a round of Conquest of Elysium. What do you guys think? A little bit of Conquest of Elysium? Is that something that interests you guys? Still tons of races I haven't played in that game yet, so. I think that this is it for Longdeath on the day. We are currently in year 343. We started at the very beginning of 342. So we did almost 2 years, year and a half. And I think that that's Longdeath for the day. So if you're here specifically for Dwarfs, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, including many previous episodes of this. And if you want to support the stuff I do directly, there's a link to my Patreon. We're going to get the other game set up. And it's going to, it's going to take a long time, Mark. We're going to get the other game set up. And then I'm going to quickly go make myself some lunch because I haven't had lunch yet and it's 4 o'clock. Hour late. And then after that, we'll jump into a round probably of Conquest of Elysium. I do average about 2 years per stream. It's actually a little bit less than that. It's about 1.5 years per stream. It's basically just chatting. Oh, I know. But you'd be surprised, Mark. You'd be surprised. I've had people compare my stream to like shiny hunting streams a couple of times, which I think is pretty accurate. I do think that that's pretty accurate.